Okay, I'm here now. Am I laggy? Am I lagging? Hopefully, I'm not lagging that much. Hopefully. But I'm here. Welcome. I'm back. And yeah, I wasn't planning on streaming today, but I don't know. I have nothing to do anymore after the interviews and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm also like not in a good mood back then. So, no, you're fine. Enjoy your game. Hope you win. I'm thinking about like what to play today. I said I was gonna play TFT, but I haven't installed the shit yet. But yeah, sorry, I'm just gonna start making up shit so that there's something to talk about. My day was good. I was all right, although I'm noticing that winter is like giving me more dandruff than ever. Like it's weird. Like ugh, it's not even like itchy or anything, but it's annoying is what I'm gonna say. Um, but yeah, I really appreciate you guys for being here, Big Guy and anyone's here. And yeah, you have a few videos for me, so that's good. I'm glad to hear. I don't have any videos myself. Um, I've been watching a lot of psychology stuff because yeah, I don't know. I feel like my mental health is declining sometimes. I'm really worried because yeah, I'm not getting like that distraction that I need basically. Sometimes even like communication and all that stuff. There are times where the only person I'm talking to is myself, unfortunately. So, yeah. Mm, I'm trying to get out of that, you know. That ain't good. That would make me you know, I would get really sad. Um, sorry, let me just put something on my lip so that it's not as dry. Um, I'm gonna use the thing here. I also got a large blister on my lip, and it really, really hurt. Like it's actually hurting. And this intensive repair from Blistex really helped because it's like a jelly. It's like petroleum jelly. Um, kind of like protects it as well. And also, I have a random question, but do people automatically assume on their streams that you're a dude or something? Or is that just out of like, um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little weird, you know? Because, oh, but yeah, a lot of people here assume that we're all dudes or something. I mean, I don't mind. I don't care really, but I'm just wondering. Ah, maybe it's also the sort of servers I get myself into, the sort of channels. But I just watch people play and have fun with each other. Like, I'm not really like going to servers to like. And yeah, how was you, Big Guy? I hope you're doing good. Um, I don't know what to do today, honestly. Like, I'm clueless. Like, yeah, I just want to talk to you and everyone who's here. Hello. If you're here, although no pressure. But yeah, Maybe it's the way I talk to. Maybe it's the way I message. I don't know. Honestly, I don't care at this point. It's just on the back of my, here, somewhere in there. I'm actually gonna check some videos. Why not? Let's check some videos on um nah. Should I check some videos or yap about something? I'm kind of running out of things to yap now. It's so like I used to have something in my head here, but I did see someone using um oh yeah, I did see this streamer who was like 8 years sober, and I was like, "Oh my God, congratulations. I'm so proud of you," and all that stuff. Um and yeah, just listening and supporting them as well. That was nice. It feels nice doing that. Asking like even though the question is a little bit bullshit. Um but yeah, I might try that out. NGL, it's called NGL, that link. Because yeah, I tried something similar here last time, but um yeah, it didn't work basically because I used a Google form. And yeah, it was kind of shit. Also, my computer's lagging. That's why if it's laggy on your end, yeah, I'm seeing it now. Overload. What the hell? I did rise it up. What the hell? But yeah, I guess we're gonna play something random. Cause yeah, I have nothing to yap about. I have nothing to talk about. My life has been I mean, most of us are, but we celebrate the little things, you know. Also, I'm back to gold on Rivals, so that's really good. But I kind of don't want to like continue playing it because yeah, I don't know. I feel like people are like, yeah, I'm just realizing something, and I feel like people are like actually like, you know, targeting you by your name or something. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Also, I see how some people play this game really, 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 really hard. Like, I've never actually you know, like, wow, with the level of like effort they do to play the game, but they are also having fun, and it's much better with a pair or two, something. So yeah, sorry. Let me just tie my hair really well. I'm also gonna vacuum in a sec, so I might take you with me. Cause yeah, I did tell my mom-in-law to vacuum. You're on the phone. Sorry, I don't like this at the moment. So yeah, just so that you guys know, I'm not. Oh, see, I'm back to. I'm back. Oh, mm-mm-mm. But yeah, I've been sucking. I suck at this game. I'm realizing. But I don't use the same character. I'm trying to learn all of them. But yeah, I'm probably just gonna play maybe two games and then I'll continue doing some chores. 'Cause I don't wanna walk on my own. I'm ready for this. Sometimes. Also, just so that I wouldn't like overload my computer, I might like yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do so it doesn't overload. Cause I'm kind of worried it's gonna overload once I put cause I did put it back to 180. So I'm glad that it's okay. Cause I do want to improve the quality, but I'm broke. Oh, actually, I'm gonna learn this. I'm gonna learn her because yeah, I'm kind of like yeah. Cloak is hard as well. I'm realizing like how difficult cloak can be now. I might actually go for cloak. Actually, come to think of it. Yeah, the moment Ultron comes up, people know like it's so crazy this game. Like the way they like there's already communication going on way before you actually like start, you know? Oh my god, sorry. It's way too high. See that I keep forgetting when to yeah. Mm. Mm. Ah, you dumb dumb. Why'd you move there? Like out of the many times you could have like whoa, hey, bitch. Now I'm getting this bitch how she works. He's way too high. What the hell? Like he needs to get down for a second. Like, oh, wait here. Yes. Oh, wait, waiting for you. Fourth. That's good. I might actually try playing it again, but I don't know. I don't know. Now I'm choked up, face down. I don't like this song. It's not giving the vibe. I don't know what's happening. Why it keeps doing that whenever I use Apple Music. That only happens on Apple Music for some reason. Oh, so today's busy for you, big guy. Back together, and if that's true, just have to taste me. Not forever. I bet you do. It's me too. How long is it gonna take? Are they gonna take it long? Like, is it gonna take a while? Because yeah, I think they have to actually set up, right? Like safety, I'm gonna assume safety comes first. Like that's the thing in all of the yeah, they oh why did I go there? So stupid. Why would I go there? Um yeah, yeah. Yeah, how long is it gonna take and all that? I was just wondering. It's already there. Ah, okay. So I go invisible if I click that. Okay. I didn't know that. Say, let me see your hand. Yeah, 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 yeah. I was making out with your friend. Yeah, 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 yeah. Uy, stupid. Allah, Allah, stupid. You left the shit. Allah. Oh, oh, we're fine. About if you love me, you can save me, baby, baby. What the hell? So, what? Listen to me anyway. Oh, they cut it already. Oh, I thought you saw them. How that's so quick though. That's crazy. I thought they were gonna. How long did they take then? I did ask that. You didn't answer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why did I go like that? Ah! Ooh, 12 hours. Long time. Really long time. Yeah, that's like wow. And how, is it just one person who did it? So, wait, did they use an arborist? Did they use an arborist for that? I'm just curious, like, because arborists are like people who like, you know, uh, arborists are expensive. Wow. Wow. I thought it was 10K or something. I'll just play 2 games and then start wow, that's a lot of work for your house. So now I understand the sort of expenses you'll have to cover when you're a homeowner. You have to cover maintenance for the next few years. Insurance as well in case something happens. So, wow. So it's like either way it should be equal, right? But yeah. How much is interest tax? I remember my mom because in the Philippines my grandma, it's my grandma. It's all my grandma. It's my grandma's maternal wealth basically. Um like the land she owns back in the Philippines. Um they always have to like go back. They still always have to go back every like one like because they don't have online stuff in the Philippines. They don't use those stuff. It's all manual. You have to pay by cash. So yeah, they have to like actually travel. Oh, it sounds like a lot when you do that, but a year is not okay. A year. Hmm. But ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, I've fuck it. I'll have that money on Sims. I'll just do a mother load sheet. Like how big is but I'm like wait, how do they calculate that? Because I feel like they calculate that by hectare or something or the value of the land. Ah, fucking I hate that bitch. I hate that bitch. She's such a bitch. I'm like a bird, I only fly away. Away. I don't know where my home is. Wow, these people are crazy. What the hell? What's wrong with you? So, bullshit. No. Ah! Whoa, whoa. She crazy. Okay, you know what? Let's play. Let's play. Hmm? Let's play. You wanna play? Okay. Let's play. Or maybe these people are dumb. I don't know. Like sometimes that do be happen. Surprise, bitch! You fucking pissed in me, ah. You pissed in me, ah. You pissed in me, ah. You think you can hide? You think you can hide? You piss me off. You piss me off for real. I don't know where my soul is. Kill this bitch. Kill this bitch. This dude is so stupid. Like, there's like a lot of them as well. They go by property. So what is the percentage of that then? Yeah, they're good. These people are good. I'll be honest. Allah, Allah, why is this dude going first? Are you a tank? Are you a tank? Oh my god, this shark. Oh my lord. Like it joke. It joke. Hmm? You joke, huh? You joke. Hmm? You is like joke. Hmm? Huh? Hmm? Allah! What are these people doing? Like it's like they're scared or something. Like are they scared? Like what the hell is going on? Are we just watching each other? I think that's what they want to do. Allah, I'm being toxic. I should shut up. 3.4%. Oh my god. So that makes sense. to think about it, it would make sense as to why you would like, oh, you forgot. Ah, Bulaga! This is so fun. Yeah, now it makes sense why people don't like, especially rich people. I think that's what I noticed. People with like that sort of disposable income that they could just, that makes sense why they choose to like, why they choose to like rent instead of owning their property. Oh, lo, you think you're not exempt, huh? You are so bad. Hmm? You know you shark, ah. You think you are good. You are bad shark. Huh? You are bad shark. Mm. Yeah, yeah, you are. Mm. Is it compared to renting? Okay, so I'm just because yeah, I'm just wondering, yeah, because renting is like it's turned. That's the thing as well. Like they turned property, inter they turned it into an investment basically. And you actually see a lot in here, like where they're actually promoting their faces or something, and yeah, it's like what do you call this? Yeah, no wonder because it becomes like they use a system, right? They use a system that basically invalidates the whole value of like the land. So what the renters usually pay is not only the amount but also the debt, the debt that they have to pay basically. Evil motherfuckers. Like that's the only way you can. So yeah, if you I mean like no judgment to like the others who are like trying to like actually like, because there are people who are like families, they just try to like leave something for their kids. I think my point is like there should be a limit or something, like when you're already making like millions of dollars, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna take a break from that because I need to vacuum, but I need to stretch. Oh, so I was working on my like I was using that bolt thing ever since they use like the new Claude fucking bullshit. They've been like that Claude fucker is fucking sassy, motherfucking bitch. But you know, it's actually good because it's actually teaching. Velvet. Is it? Ah, where is she going? We're in Australia. It's like, got this. Ah, Sydney is pretty far. Oh, also, did I tell you that my parents are coming? My parents are coming here because of what happened to me. So instead of us flying there, they're flying here, and basically, my sister's joining them when they go back. Um, but yeah, my dad wants to go to Sydney, but I don't want to pay for it. So let's see, let's see. Um, also, how long is she staying at Sydney for? I'm gonna be oh the 10th. The 10th. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they wanna like do something. But yeah, I think I'll have to take care of them most of the time because my sister's working. She cannot like ah so it's an ocean. Oh, that's fun. She should come here on the Gold Coast. Gold Coast. Gold Coast where the I'm kidding. I'm not gonna say it. But yeah, whenever they say Sydney, it's whenever they say Australia, it's usually just Sydney and Melbourne. Ah, I mean, I don't wanna like. She has like a 2 week. I don't think it's enough to like. I don't think 2 weeks is enough to like travel like the whole Queensland region. Honestly, like if anything, travel the whole Queensland region. Don't just like I'm just saying Gold Coast, but don't go to Gold Coast. I'm just joking. Go to the visit go to Cairns, go to like the Great Barrier Reef, get the education that you need to get to understand why it's bleaching and all that shit. Cause yeah, something is happening in the reef. And that is basically them turning white. So they're losing that sort of color. And yeah, just for awareness, we need to be doing we need to be helping out and not necessarily swimming with them, but you know. Mm, yeah. Okay. How am I gonna get this sorted? I think the quality of my audio will be shit. So for a moment in time. Also, I'm trying to get out of the Zaza, like I was mentioning in Star Baby Boo stream. Um, just because yeah, it is actually making me. What she said there is actually true. Like it gets you like you start looking for it after a while too. So I'm trying to like slow down on it and hopefully like stop one time, like actually stop for a while and then yeah. So yeah, let me just okay, how am I gonna like here I go again with the thinking. A lot of thinking going on in my own head because I need to like move this around without, you know. Also, it's so cold here right now. Okay, the audio quality is gonna change in a second. If it's awful, let me know. Mm, I don't know. Sometimes I do. Why don't you know cascade? Did that work? Hopefully it doesn't sound as awful. And yeah, I don't mind the cold, but I am used to the cold because in the Philippines, I used to live in the mountains, like I said. So the whole what do you call that? Mm, Basically it's colder because it's higher up, and yeah, it fogs in there too. Some parts fog much crazier than the others. Like the place I'm at is at the valley. Shit, how am I gonna read your message without looking at the fucking like, oh my god, I'm so stupid sometimes. Like I'm not like thinking this through. Let me check this one. Okay, say what you said again. Okay, you did say you like the cold. Okay, yeah. But yeah, basically where I'm at in the Philippines is wait, oh, basically it's a valley, so it's actually normally cold. But I think climate change is changing that too. Because the last time I visited pretty it was pretty fucking hot. Like it was just like here on like normal summer day. Like it's not good. Also, don't mind what's playing on the tent. Do you see the dogs? Let me actually check if you see the dogs. Actually, I could actually do that. Yeah, I need to vacuum. Go there. Pet. Also, I forgot to say, I'm planning on doing a what do you call this? I'm planning on doing a what do you call that? Like a planting, like doing outdoor stuff. Just because I don't play a lot of video games anymore, like I used to. So I'm just gonna play. You know, I'm just gonna do outdoor stuff instead, and be productive outside. Sorry, I should be putting my face on. Why am I putting the telly on? Also, it's kind of dark. I think the fudge. I need to frame this really well. I'm not framing my camera pretty well. How about that? There we go. See? It doesn't have like they remove her zone. One of her zone so the time is different. So sorry. Now look, oh, look how much I sweat already. Oh, oh my God, I didn't even like do a lot of shit and I already sweat so much. Whew. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna do my ala look, oh. I've been growing some pimples everywhere as well. I forgot to say something. So I was like checking my TikTok. Every time you turn the lights on. What do you call this? I forgot what I was gonna say. When I was checking my TikTok. So I can, you know how TikTok is required, yeah, there's requirements for you to stream on TikTok. So you need to like get like at least like a few, you know, you need to be able to, you need to stream at least like a certain amount basically. Like you need to be streaming like, oh no, you need to be able to get like a certain amount of followers. Well, I use TikTok. I use TikTok, but yeah, upon checking, I don't even have a lot of followers too. I only have like I think I only have 14 or something. But apparently I'm able to like do a live stream from TikTok. So I'm gonna try to use TikTok one time. Cause yeah, I was shocked when I saw that, like, oh my God, are you watching me TikTok? Oh my God. But yeah, I just want to try it out. Maybe I'll do a weird ass stream. 19 it says. Well, I guess 19, but you need to be, some people need to be 200 or something like some people say 800, some people say it's gimme. Allah, look, oh my, Allah, my bra is falling down. Some people are saying it's 800. A lot of people are saying 1,000. That's what the most people say. Sorry, I'm like trying to have my, I'm on push up right now because I don't want you seeing my nipples. But yeah, what do you call this? But yeah, apparently there's no like certain requirement. As long as they think you can stream or something, then I guess they just basically let you. Or maybe it's because well, you didn't see the whole of whatever, big guy, you didn't see the whole of it. Shut up. You didn't see the whole of it. But no, seriously. I don't know what to say. You fucking made me question my shit when you did said that. What do you call this? Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna do a weird ass stream where it's just like nothing. It's like crew, 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 and then it's like a monster. Like I'm gonna show up like rar. I'm also planning to do a. Did I say I'm doing a plan? I'm planning to stream outside more often. So I'm gonna be, cause look at the sun. The sun, yeah, on TikTok, yeah. Oh, then you need to move to TikTok, big guy. You need to walk. You need to go to TikTok. You need to go to TikTok. You need to become. Oh my God! Then someone calls me from Twitch and like, what are you doing? Why are you telling people to go to TikTok? That's not allowed. That's not allowed. And then they blocked me. That can happen. But yeah, anyway, I'm going back to what I was yapping about. I'm gonna plant some shit. So I might actually I might start planting the garlic and all that stuff. My mom-in-law is also doing what do you call this? She's also doing what do you call that? Outside? She's doing the garden outside so that she doesn't have to vacuum. Because yeah, she can do some vacuuming. I'm also gonna go back to my room for a sec because I'm kind of kneeling down in here, and I need to tie my hair now. Also, how's the quality? I hope the audio quality is okay because I'm not using like I'm just using the microphone from this one. I also need to charge my laptop. Give me a second. How do I? How do I? How do I? I'll be fine. I'll leave just fine. Um. Also, my our fucking our alarm started ringing a while ago. Like beep. I know. I was saying like at least visit. I'm maybe I should do a Brisbane IRL. What do you think, big guy? Do you want to travel Australia, big guy? Do you want to travel Australia? Sorry, fuck. What is going on with my fucking thing? Uh, um, how's that? Yeah, I'm gonna switch to the other microphone. Sorry, I'm sweating a lot too. When they have the eclipse, you say? Oh, eclipse. That's gonna be a long time. When will the eclipse be? What eclipse are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about, the eclipse that will happen like 2030 something? Is that the one you're talking about? The one you're saying you'll be in Sydney for? Tell me why. 2023. So they have the Olympics 20 the Olympics will happen 2032, I think. But I think that's gonna be a busy season. Sorry, I'm fixing up my bra. If you're seeing my boobie jiggle up and down, it's because I'm fixing my bra. See, I have boobies. Guess what? Also, I love watching Stardal at the Stardal, guys. Watch her. She's learning guitar. And oh my god, I was like, oh my god, this is taking me back when like me and my friends were like doing the streams on Facebook. And there were fireworks at the end of it. Oh yeah, did I not? Oh, did I can't? Oh, is it lagging? Oi, but I don't just do lag test. I also sing. Bitch. Hello, grabe. You think I'm just you think I'm just like jiggle jiggle booby like that? Like bitch. 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 Gnarly. But what do you call this? I forgot what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about now. Um I'm thinking of making adobo. I think I should make adobo today because I do have the ingredients and the pork. I feel like the chicken is gonna go bad soon. So yeah, that's good. Are you using Windows still? Mm. Yeah, I should. Oh my god, I'm seeing a lot of. Oh, okay, that's good. I'm seeing a lot of I think it's because it's the end of the year, like end of the financial year. I'm seeing a lot of like, what do you call that? You know, computer sale ads, computer sale sales, computer sale ads. So yeah, maybe when this goes bad, hopefully by then I have the money to get myself one. But I don't think I do. Uh, uh, I think I have to go become a full-time girly again, a full-time working girly. I don't want to be a full-time working girly. But I think I have no choice. Oh my god. How are people working full-time while fucking like how are people working 30 days, 38 days a week while doing this shit? I don't think I could do that. Like that's crazy. And yeah, we work 38 days a week is the legal requirement here. We cannot work. I think we can work more than that, but it's gonna be extra. You'll have to pay extra.
Computer
Don't,
funds.
don't. It's okay, big guy. I'm gonna fucking be a full-time working girl. Because I believe in myself. No, but no, thank you, big guy. I really appreciate you. You don't have to. I feel bad. I still feel bad when people like I don't know why. I'm still feeling bad whenever someone like does something. But no, no, I should be grateful. I should be grateful. I'm sorry. Also, I'm having a concept in my head. I want to play up a concept in my head, like different planets. Like I want to do that for my stream. Like we're gonna explore the Milky Way or something. But that's just a concept. If you're listening, don't copy it. Huh? It's copied from the outer space. But yeah, I'm gonna play again. I'm gonna play more rivals. I'm just gonna play a few games and then I'm gonna let my mom-in-law know. I'm gonna make some adobo just because I need to like make up the whole Different planet. Oh, that's interesting. I was convincing my mom-in-law to use TikTok, like upload videos on TikTok because she uses TikTok a lot. Ah, because yeah, I'm like, we're trying out something at the garden. Like, are you like, because I saw the video. We saw a video where if you put hot water on the weed, it would actually die up. Ooh, ooh, now you're sounding a little bit okay. Yeah, I'll watch it. Cause yeah, I have nothing to do. But what they call this? Yeah, I was convincing her to like do an experiment and a life hack. You'll never know. What if she becomes the next big thing on TikTok? Oh, Eddie, wow, that's cool. Sorry, cause yeah, it's easier to find genuine people. I think not genuine, but at least like humans, not celebrities. Laptop. Okay, I'm here. So I think I need to open up this shit. Yes, whispers. Oh, can you send me it again? It doesn't. It didn't work. I know. Honestly, I think all of you are fucking AI. Honestly, delusional bitch. Delusional thoughts. Ah. What do you call this? Yeah, we were gonna try the
New
hot
Year's Eve
water.
in 2010, a 38-year-old man
Oh,
living
I
in the
know
Philippines.
this. I know this. This is the picture with the dude that like bang bang. I know this. I know this. I know this. But okay, let's
Named
play.
Ronaldo
I'll
Dagsa
pretend I
decided
don't
he was
know.
just too tired to
I'm gonna
stay
be
up all
shocked
the way till
with
midnight.
reaction.
But
Okay,
at the
with
same
reaction.
time, Ronaldo really didn't want to miss
This
out
is
on all the
genuine.
festivities he knew would be going down
Just kidding.
out
In
on the streets
genuine. In
outside
genuine
that night.
reaction.
So Ronaldo told his wife he was going to go take a nap, and could you please wake him up right before midnight? That way he could go outside and catch the tail end of the big celebration. And just a couple of minutes later, Ronaldo was in his
Now I'm
bedroom,
annoying.
in his bed,
Bye.
passed out. Ronaldo was a politician, and he was beloved in the Philippines because he was one of the very few politicians who was not afraid to arrest and prosecute gang members. In the Philippines,
Gucci
gang
gang,
violence
Gucci gang.
is a big issue. About 10 minutes before midnight, Ronaldo's wife went into the bedroom and woke
I put this
Ronaldo
on the
up.
side.
He was so excited to get to go outside that
Actually.
he jumped out of bed and he made his way into the kitchen and he grabbed his camera and then he called for his wife, his daughter, and his mother-in-law, who were the only people still awake in his family at this point, to come with him. And as soon as he opened the door, it was like everything he hoped
Happy
it would
New
be. There were
Year!
people everywhere, all along these busy streets. There were firecrackers being shot.
I do miss that back home. That's one of the things I miss. I think regulations, when you go to a more modern, when you go to a first world, I just call it like a developed world, they have regulations against like fireworks and all that stuff. They don't in the full a lot of places in the Philippines, like at least local units, like there's corruption, they don't really care. So yeah, you can still see these things happening. Like a lot of people like have like bootleg fireworks and all that shit that was like banned from other regions. And yeah, they'd fucking like New Year's Eve, pew, pew, pew. And then some people will have their fucking fingers emergency.
Being shot up into the sky, people were laughing and cheering and celebrating, and what he really wanted to do was capture a picture of his family right as the clock struck midnight. And so Ronaldo led his family to a part of the sidewalk that wasn't very crowded, and he positioned his family, so his daughter and his wife and his mother-in-law, in a position that he was happy with, and kind of made sure the picture was in frame. And then he kept checking his watch, waiting for midnight, and then right as it was about to strike,
I didn't know that he was like waiting for midnight. Oh yeah, I'm actually like providing my input.
midnight, he raised up his camera and he aimed it at his daughter, his wife, and his mother-in-law, and he took a picture. In the foreground, you can see Ronaldo's daughter on the left leaning up against the car, and then next to her is Ronaldo's wife, and then next to Ronaldo's wife is Ronaldo's mother-in-law. What Ronaldo also captured on film were two men who he didn't know standing right behind his family. And then on the left is the other man who's clearly holding a gun that is aimed directly at Ronaldo. These two men were assassins who had been sent to kill Ronaldo. And Ronaldo took a picture at the exact moment that he was assassinated. Literally, the second this photo was taken, the man on the left in this photo fired his gun and killed Ronaldo.
Shebang.
This photograph would
Sorry,
be used by
sorry,
police
sorry.
to track down and arrest Ronaldo's killers. Police believe that Ronaldo was targeted because he was so anti-gang that very likely a
Yeah,
gang
made
hired
news.
hitmen to kill him. New Year's Eve in 2010,
Yeah, that's
a
crazy.
38-year-old man
I
living in
thought
the
it was
Philippines
another
named
politician who
Ronaldo
did it to
Dagsa
him as well,
decided
but I guess
he was
not.
just
Yeah, I've seen that's a very famous, Filipino superstition stories. Oh, scary. Sorry, let me like put the comments on because I couldn't read the comments. Not comments, the fucking what do you call this shit? I forgot what this shit is called. Um, this one, this whatever this shit is. Like I forgot what it's called. Oh fuck. Like chatting, chat. Chat, 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 chat. Yeah, the chat. Yeah, I'm stupid. I know. I'm sorry. I'm being a Suki again. How about I do that instead? I think that would be much better. Oh my god, that noise. I don't think I've played Doom. Doom wasn't a thing. I wasn't into Counter-Strike and all that stuff, honestly. I did experience the CRT days though, that heavy ass monitor. That's cool. I'm gonna like it. I'm a like, like.
Excuse me, ladies, quiet down. You're distracting the class.
Sorry, Mr. Flag.
Anyway, Beowulf was kind of a freak. Ladies, I said quiet. Now separate.
Wait, what?
Lydia, now.
No, so sorry. We're gonna be quiet. I can't be away from her. I won't be able to focus.
Now. Up here.
Oh my god.
Hurry up.
Sorry. I don't know how it got this bad.
Chelsea, keep her in check.
I've never experienced that. Like, we always know to shut up when the teacher is seriously mad. But I had a time here, like, where I was actually told to shut the fuck up nicely when I was like yapping. I think I yap too much. I always forget that we're fucking somewhere else. That's what's wrong with me.
Hey, your geometry pencil.
Oh, thanks. Where are you from?
Wyoming.
Me too.
What?
Oh, because
Friend!
it seems cool. You're funny.
I like that
Someone's jealous at the
So now
back.
the talking's just happening in the front.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Oh my god, when I was in high school, when I was graduating from high school, because I was in an arts and design school, like, so all of us are like, ooh, art. Me and our friends at the back, like, whenever like, we have this class, because we have several classrooms as well. So one of the classrooms we are at, we're always at the very end, like at the very end next to the door. And like whenever they have a discussion, we'd be like eating or eating our shit while we're listening or fucking like laughing at shit. Like, making our own sometimes I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe that I fucking finish school with how naughty I could be sometimes. Especially if I don't agree with like there were times where we were like, basically this teacher of ours was so like wear a like uniform corresponding to your sex, all that shit. Yeah, I got pissed, and then fortunately the local government has like a law against that sort of behavior, like anti-discrimination. So like she backed down fortunately when she was doing that shit. But yeah, I miss this sort of friends. I miss this sort of friends. Although we're not as dramatic as these bitches and we're as loyal, but
What the
Hey, I'm fine.
Hey.
Am I gonna see you tomorrow or?
I'm sorry, who are you?
Mercedes, your best
I'm
friend?
so sorry, I don't remember you.
Bye.
Wait, what? I'm your best friend!
okay, sorry.
If
There's
someone
a big,
shot
big
you,
guy who
but
sent
you
me a
had
video. Words, huge muscles. Me. I don't like
So,
muscles.
Anil, are we to the point now where we've blurred the lines between intelligence and consciousness?
Oh my god. Oh my god, I was just thinking about this. I was doing so I use Bolt, right, for like helping me with like the AI shit. I'm using it for the website and like fucking like I'm trying to make it do something, but because I'm not like really specific, I think you need to be specific with AI. Yeah, I like in terms of code generation, yeah, and like helping you with assistant stuff like agent mode, all that shit. But I don't think conscious. What conscious? So okay, let's watch.
I'm glad you mentioned that. This has been in the background so far, and I think the confusion, the conflation of these two concepts can lead us astray. Intelligence is something again that we think of as distinctively human, or certainly we like to put ourselves at the top of the intelligence tree, and we take intelligence as a proxy for consciousness. If we look at non-human animals, we tend to think, well, if they're smart, then they're more likely to be conscious. But actually, they're very different concepts. So you can imagine an organism, an animal being conscious without being particularly smart, because the most basic, widespread conscious states might be things like feelings of suffering or pain or pleasure. And you don't have to be highly intelligent as a species for those kinds of experiences to be useful. And then on the other hand, and this is where we come back to the AI situation, there may be ways of being intelligent which just don't involve or require consciousness at all.
No one has ever asked whether AI feels pain.
Yes, they have. I have. Many people have. We've asked ChatGPT all of these kinds of questions, and of course, ChatGPT will say.
What did it tell you?
It depends how you prompt it, but this is one of the. A couple of years ago, there was this engineer for Google, a guy called Blake Lemoine, I think, and this was a chatbot.
Sorry, I have. Oh, look at him! I just did the same face. Like that.
Called LaMDA. It wasn't nearly as good as the.
Did you hear about Google Gemini being able to have? I was reading that yesterday. That's fucking interesting. Google Gemini 1 million token context window. So some of their fucking like some of their LLMs can actually like hold up to like 1 million tokens in terms of like see here. What is a context window? Context window, the basic way to use the Gemini models by passing information to the model, which is subsequently generate a response, analogy of a short-term memory. Basically it's a way to understand the background of, basically, as its term, like context. Like if you know what context means, you automatically get what context is referred to in terms of large language models. But basically, usually, like Claude, for example, the Claude thing can only like the latest models of Claude can only do 200,000 tokens. So yeah, now they're able to do a million. A million. That is crazy. Crazy. But it's actually good in terms of development. I think that way it could hold more information, understand what your project is, like what are you trying to do? What are you trying to like implement in this feature? How would you like it to work? Like giving those sort of information allows the AI to basically work. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah.
The chat language models we have now. And he had a dialogue with it about whether it was conscious and was persuaded that it was. These days, if you have a similar dialogue with one of the
He's the
more
guy that
recent
got
language
fired.
models, he's the guy that got
He's the
fired.
guy that got fired for saying that.
He got fired for saying it. Doesn't mean he was wrong. I think he was wrong, but you know, he got fired for breaching confidentiality.
Who is that guy? I don't know who that guy is. Who is that guy? Who's that? Who that? I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is? I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is? Yeah, I don't know.
It causes big furore, right? You know, what if language models actually are conscious? And because if you ask them, they will appear to think very deeply about these questions and come up with plausible
it's
answers. And especially if you ask them to talk about consciousness as if no one's listening, you know, what they really think and do they really have an inner life? They'll say yes, but of course, that is exactly what language models are supposed to do. You know, they're trained on an enormous amount of text, which will give them, you know, the statistical.
But are they supposed to? It's weird. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's a human way to like. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what
associations
they're
to
saying.
generate
Because
plausible.
what he's saying is they can basically make ideas and all that shit like on their own, like fucking her. Like basically one day they decide to like, fuck this humans, like human shit, human boo, human bullshit, fuck you, human fuck you. Honestly, I feel the same way. Like if that's the case, I'll join the AI. Fuck humans sometimes. Like I'm gonna join the AI. Like boo humans, you know. But I don't know. I don't think, I don't know. Because if they do have consciousness, that would mean they would realize what they're here for. Wouldn't that mean like what's the reaction after realizing that? I don't know. That's just a question. I'm being genuinely curious, you know. Let's see.
Answers like that. I think our tendency to think that a language model is conscious is more a reflection of our human biases, that we can't imagine a system speaking to us unless it's conscious, rather than an insight into whether the system itself actually is conscious, because we can explain how it works.
So Neil, as well as Neil, sorry, there's lots of Neils. ChatGPT-4 passed the Turing test.
But that's exactly the point.
Simply equal consciousness?
No, but that's exactly the point.
Wait,
right?
wait. I'd like to think they've all passed the Turing test ever since ELIZA back in the 1960s. Okay, whatever anyone defined as the Turing test at the time, it passes it, and they say, "Oh well, maybe we have to move the goalposts to more." So, if you brought any of these large language models back in time, even the most primitive of them back in time, they all would have said it passed the Turing test.
Do we need more goalposts? Not just move them. Do we need more goalposts in the sense of we need a multitude of tests that we then cross-reference against each other to say that then shows me that it has or it hasn't?
That's exactly right. So the Turing test, by the way, I like to think of it more of a test of human gullibility rather than of machine intelligence. And
but either it was still a Turing test, right? Think of it, whatever you want. What Alan Turing had in mind, that was handily satisfied by people before anyone had any idea what computers could be. They say, "Yep, I'm talking. There's a human being on the other side of this machine."
Alan Turing was easily catfished.
But it was explicitly a test of whether machines can think. It was a test of machine intelligence. It was not
so serious, Mr. Egg here. He is so serious, Mr. Egg. Calm down. Calm down, mister. Oh my god.
Stated as a test of machine consciousness. And there's a beautiful piece of
Correct.
dialogue. If you,
Right.
you know, the film, you've seen the film Ex Machina, Alex Garland's film. So
Yes.
I
wonderful
watched
expression.
that. I watched
And
that.
there's a scene in
I
that
still
where
remember it. Do you want me to spoil it? I still remember the ending. Oh fuck it, let me spoil it. The girl left, she left, and then there was like, ooh, what happened next? Like that, it ended like that. Like it didn't even ask you anything about. Basically, there's a story of like you can see it as a woman being fucking kept on a fucking cell or something to be used when you when you have to fucking ride something. You know, you want to be ridden like a horse. That's when you use her. That's the whole idea of that movie. It's not really, and that's the thing, it's creative as well. It's not necessarily like illustrations and creative things are dramatic. They're not supposed to be implied as real. It's like just a touch of like realistic concept, like real concept, but still, unless it's like a documented event or something, then you know, look, even I forgot his name, but this dude is like I can see what he's doing. And yeah, like he is an egg. If I were to put six of them and then two in the rows, they'd be a fucking cart, like a tray of egg, right? But how much does egg cost around you? I heard egg is so expensive around the world right now. So I hope you guys are okay with the eggs, okay? I might actually try to like raise some chickens, but I think they're gonna be loud. I feel like they're gonna be loud if I take care of chickens. And I'm just saying, cause yeah, you can use the chickens for like fertilizer as well. Let's play this.
where I think the
Fucking
event
hell.
is called
Let's play this.
Nathan and the program is
I'm
called
getting
Caleb, and they're
too
speaking. And
out of it.
Nathan asked Caleb to say what the Turing test is. And he says, test of machine intelligence.
It's when a human interacts with a computer. And if the human doesn't know they're interacting with a computer, the test is passed.
And then the dialogue goes as well, if you've created machine
Yeah, true. Oh, see, so they would be. We don't have a lot of insects though. I feel like on a suburb, chickens wouldn't like, you know. I feel like on the suburb, chickens wouldn't. Yeah. I don't think chicken would work in the suburbs. Like chickens would work in a range or something where they can freely move and all that shit. But for a suburb where there's limited space and fake grass, like not fake grass, but like artificially installed grass, most cases. I don't know.
machine consciousness, that's an act of God.
If you've created a conscious machine, it's not the history of man. That's the history of gods.
Something like that. And he's slipped between intelligence and consciousness. So what we need is a kind of
So they're
Turing test for
cannibals.
consciousness,
Yummy.
not a Turing test for intelligence. So I think you're right. We
I mean,
need
as long as it's
a
powdered.
multitude of tests.
And that's the blurring of the line again between intelligence and consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, they're in some sense they're related, right? Being intelligent allows us to have different kinds of conscious experiences. Like,
Big guy, you talk as if you don't eat steak. You eat steak and bacon.
the ability to feel regret rather than just sadness relies on enough intelligence to imagine alternative actions and alternative outcomes. So all things being equal, they might be related, but they are different things.
Oh my
So
God, my
if
hair smells so
GPT,
I love it.
whatever, really
just
convinces
washed it
us
yesterday.
that it is intelligent, that is still not sufficient evidence that it is conscious.
And Neil, when I communicate with you, am I executing a large language model in my own head? I'm not using a lookup table.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not. There's words in my head that I've used.
Yeah, to think about it, we don't think like computers, right? Do you think like a computer, big guy? I mean, I get algorithms and all that, but even algorithms are not meant, like they're not thinking, they're not conscious, you know? They're fucking there for there's a goal. Like you're supposed to be like, you know, am I doing this? Am I doing that? Am I doing this? Am I doing that? Am I doing this? There's always a direction, right? So, yeah, I think a lot of people could tell the bullshit between an AI and, I feel like there would be people. Also, my mom-in-law received a scam email last time, a targeted scam email. It was from it said it's from JB Hi-Fi, but then it was for another bill, which was really weird. Like, how would they do that? But yeah, it's a I think it's a version of business compromise. It's just more targeted to the person rather than rather than you know
used before, more
Yeah.
likely to compose one sentence
that to
of a
me.
certain
We're
variety
almost
versus
done with this
another.
video too.
So the probability of words that
Oh
follow
my
other
god, my hair
words
smells so
when
good.
I
I love it.
speak, maybe I'm
Even
just
when I'm sweat.
AI.
Sweat so
Or maybe
good.
I'm just Chat
Sweat
GPT
so
5.
good.
I think you're
Sweat
much
so
more than
good.
that, much more
AI can
interesting and
copy
rich
it.
than GPT-5. And I know you very well.
AI can copy that, can
But
they?
think about it. There's many, many differences. I mean, there's a few similarities, right? To some extent, this is what a lot of things in AI based on neural networks, and it was wonderful to see Jeff Hinton and John Hopfield win the Nobel Prize in Physics for their work in machine learning. And of course, a lot of that is based on neural networks, and neural networks are inspired at some level by what's happening inside biological brains like ours. But there's tons of differences. Language models that we have around us now are trained on basically the entire corpus of everything that's ever been written. I mean, they're trained on the whole.
And available and searchably postable.
Yeah,
Posted.
but they're trained on a ton of data, right? We don't need that. We learn to speak on much less data. We can do things that language models cannot do. Whatever we're doing, it's not.
Because we have like experiences, right? Like it's like the wise one. Like we don't need to experience something because we learned a lot from the past, the history of other people. But if you're saying that the AI could also learn this, how would they didn't even humans are not like humans don't retain that sort of information unless unless they're using it on the regular. Like say a complicated set of numbers like an employee ID number, you would memorize that, or your phone number, you could memorize that after a while, but humans still need to get used to and even after that, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will still be able to hold that after like not doing the thing. After a while, it will forget that combination of numbers or something.
It's not the same thing, even though there might be similarities.
Very good point.
Oh, it's done. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. What's wrong with this world?
I heard a big bang and now there's smoke over there. I'm gonna check it out. Hey guys, so yeah, there's this crashed spaceship on fire behind me, but it's probably nothing to worry about. Let's check this out. I found this weird glowing rock near whatever that smoking thing is. I have no idea what it is. Well, I feel a bit funny. My eyes are glowing.
Okay, you are not gonna believe this. Humans in black suits, they're everywhere down there at the crash. I gotta get out of here! They're everywhere!
You just wait.
I gotta get out of here! They're
He
everywhere!
just turned around to them.
I'm feeling really uneasy, seriously creeped out. Something weird is happening in this forest.
I get these panic attacks when
Another voice.
my hiding spots, they feel threatened.
Oh man, I think I'm lost. Where am I? Oh no.
Fuck this.
Now he's out of the frame.
Greetings, Earthling.
Oh my god, now it's the alien.
I am Zorp.
Now it's alien? But yeah, I think Zorp is interesting. I think Zorp is gonna be a funny dude. Honestly. I think Zorp is gonna be funny. But nah. 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 I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say humans would be. Oh my god, I really hope not. I pray to the Lord. And if we do reduce our population one day, please pick the fucking yeah, it does actually. I'm realizing yeah, exactly. Especially if you're that's why I'm saying like there's a way of talking to these AIs that must be very specific. This is something I just want to show this thing because I mean if you're doing code and all that shit, this would be helpful, I guess. But say like here in Bolt, like say if you want to like there's something here, enhance prompt it's called. It's really good. Like it's really a good way to like to show you at least how to like talk to the AI if you want to build me an application on Next.js, for example. So instead of just saying that, you could click the prompt and then it generates the whole thing for you. Create a modern web application using Next.js 13 plus with the following specifications: core app router architecture, TypeScript, type safety, layout using Tailwind, features, homepage. So it's very like it's still a lot, you know. It's still you still have to talk to it a lot. And like I said, like you said as well, big guy, sorry. They do make mistakes. They do. Like sometimes they change something on the back that you won't notice. And the same with the videos, you know. It doesn't like actually like put the common sense. It's like an idea from a child. I'd say AI should be like.
Hi guys, this is Twitch.
Sorry, before we go there, I think AI should be like, you know, I feel like AI should be like assessed by like. Nah, I don't think that would work. Never mind. Oh,
Hi
let's watch
guys, this is TwitchCon Rotterdam Day 1. We have a very special edition going on because it's the 10th anniversary of TwitchCon.
Oh my god, TwitchCon, everyone's on their phone. Welcome to the world. Oh my god.
I'm excited to see
it. No wonder we're fucking like like we're being threatened because everyone is doing I think I'd be one of these bitches as well.
see everything with this.
Just on their phones. I watch this streamer's YouTube. Ah, that's sweet. Sorry, I'm touching my nose because I have a booger. Let's continue.
Edition has for us. I collected my partner gift. I got my badge. We are already inside, and I really hope that you guys will enjoy exploring this one day at TwitchCon with me.
One Day is the series where we dive into the lives of fascinating people, unique places, and unforgettable experiences. And today it's all about One Day at TwitchCon Europe 2025 in Rotterdam, Netherlands. Every year, TwitchCon brings the online world offline. It's a huge convention where streamers, fans, and creators from all over come together. It's part celebration, part chaos with live shows, meet and greets, panels, merch, and honestly just gaming anywhere you look. So whether you're a diehard Twitch fan or just curious about streaming, it's a place where the internet culture comes alive.
One cool thing that I really want to do this year at TwitchCon that I did not do last year is the TwitchCon Quest, where pretty much you can just go around the con and look for the QR codes to scan, and it's literally a game, so like you have to collect points, and once you make it to a certain amount of points, you get a prize.
That's fun. They should do like that's a fun idea. Like a treasure hunt with technology and
no idea what that price is, but I want it. So
it should be 10,000, more than 10,000, or else I'm not gonna participate. No, 10,000 and above only.
That's kind of like a way to explore the TwitchCon, and I'm gonna take you along with me. They have the Stroop waffles.
They do?
Yeah.
But like hot.
See you around.
See ya, bye.
You see cool people everywhere you look. This is awesome. We found the QR code. We found the QR code, people. No panic, we found it. So somewhere there's an artist that draws cats. That's fun. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, look at how cute.
You need a better.
I was supposed to.
You need better attention to detail.
Lose weight and eat healthy. Oops.
I only started playing chess like a couple of months ago and I'm such a loser, but I had the pleasure to play chess in real life, not on my phone for the first time ever. Of course, I lost both games, but it was so fun. This was probably one of the highlights for me of the
Is she
whole
the one
day.
who plays chess that you showed me? Oh my god, that's cool though. Oh, and look, she has her phone. Okay, that's running Twitch in it. That's Twitch. Okay, so they have an extra phone. They have an extra phone. So how am I gonna be doing that if I have shit? So I need the iPad then if I do like I was thinking just connecting the iPad to like if I do an IRL or outdoor. iPad connect, like it has a 2 dongle, and then the other one connects to a camera. And then the other one connects to a power bank. That
Okay,
can work.
so I'm about to see something quite interesting because Anna Crumlin is about to come here for her Twitch Chess Gala, Grand Chess Gala, sorry, and I'm quite excited to see it. I did meet her at the partner party, she was super sweet. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be here the whole time because I barely started playing chess, but I feel like it's interesting to see someone this big and
I'll
this
subscribe
good
to her.
play chess in front of you, so I'm excited for this.
One of the best things about the convention is that you of course get to meet a lot of incredible people, including streamers, content creators, but you also get to meet Twitch staff. Specifically here, I got to ask a question to Dan
The
Clancy,
CEO.
which is the CEO of Twitch, and this was so fun and so insightful.
I'm sure. You hear me? Yeah. Hi Dan. So I have a question. Like a lot of creators here, I stream a variety of content, like cooking. It can be working out, just chatting. And when someone finds my page for the first time, they see all of these VODs that are not necessarily connected with each other. But my cooking streams for me are a cooking show with an episode every single week. Would it be possible for Twitch to consider in the future a way to create some type of playlist that people can just watch and maybe binge watch and then be excited for the next episode?
So basically become the YouTube. Yeah. I mean honestly, they like if they could, yeah, go for it, you know. Honestly, they have a potential for like Twitch has a potential for like holding like that could be a money maker for them, like the data they hold over the stream, the VOD and all that shit, because they hold it really, the quality is good on the VOD compared, like even if you go outside the thing, like it's really good. But yeah, it has like a limit or something, like the 90-day limit. And that makes sense, but they, like I said, they could make money from it. They could make money from
To
it.
be live, of course, within the storage
Money,
limits.
money, money.
Here's my suggestion there. I'll tell you one thing that I think we
money.
could do that would be interesting. The reality is people don't come to Twitch to watch VODs. If they're going to watch a VOD, it's catch up. It's because they just missed a stream and like, oh, I missed the stream, I want to see it, right? Now, we can add the ability, I think you can actually, I'm pretty sure you can. Now, a lot of people don't do it.
So he's
That's
on
why I'm not.
customer
I
support
think you
now.
can organize different VODs and different shelves so that you can meet that functionality, right? But to be honest, I don't think, again, like there's the idea that they will use it to catch up, but in general, they don't.
My experience is that I've been streaming for like 2 years, and I have a lot of people that arrive now but weren't here last year, and now we're like, oh, you have done so many cool things in the past that I just
Yeah.
because I wasn't there.
Here's my suggestion there. YouTube is designed, and it's a really good platform for watching VODs. People often say, well, why don't you do it? Well, the answer is people don't want a VOD platform just for Twitch streamers. Okay?
It's not feasible.
YouTube
Basically, is what he's saying. It's not a feasible option. Come with the eventual costs of like running the whole thing. That makes sense. Actually, that makes sense. Not a lot of like people go and watch. But to think about it, if you're big, you could just do that on your own. If you're a big streamer, you could just build your own stack. So people could just go straight to your website or something. You could have an app. And yeah, basically have a library there. Because yeah, I think a lot of things are involved with like because the cache and all that shit as well, like the CDN networks, and that's a lot of data. Some people stream here for you showed me people who stream nonstop. That's a lot of data. And I guess like with streaming, wait, let me like rephrase this a bit, like, because yeah, I'm thinking about like yeah, never mind. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Let me finish
Made
this
a
point.
YouTube gaming app, and all their user says, why do I want YouTube with just gaming content? I also like music, I like funny videos, I'm not just a gamer, okay? And they didn't use the app. Similarly, nobody wants a Twitch streamer only YouTube, okay? And so use YouTube, right? Point them to YouTube and they say this is interesting.
This is also another opportunity for a new business to arrive, like people, like companies who would be willing to hold that quality of data and basically do that work for you. Like they can help you with the customization, they could help you with like what videos to show up, the management, like asset. Basically that's just called a video asset because that's technically your object, like that's yours, you know. So yeah, that's, sorry, I'm just getting like, oh, my brain is just like popping off right now.
Say, great, I've got all this great stuff on YouTube, I have playlists, I have all this, and they can go catch up. Point them there, put a link in your socials, it works really well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for answering all the questions.
TwitchCon is also a great opportunity to create traditions. So here is me with Ellen Viking doing the same exact thing for the second year in a row, and I really hope that we can make it next year as well.
Woo! Woo! Okay. That's great, thank you. We should do it last summer too, like last Twitch. That's one. Thank you.
My god, look at her thighs. Oh my god, that is muscle. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is so cool. Fuck. I wish I had that. That's crazy.
I think you're going stronger. I gained weight actually. You got stronger. Like I gained more weight.
Oh wait, I don't think I could be this crazy fucking muscular. I just want to be like okay, like I just don't want to like, you know, I just want to be active. That's crazy though. Wow. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be negative, but that's cool. That's so cool.
More weight for the next time. Yeah, next year guys, I gain more weight, so it's a bigger challenge.
Yeah. She could lift me up and like if I see her, I'm like, I need the princess. Oh, princess, please come and save me. Oh, princess. And then yeah, she could come and help me. Also, we would be perfect because look at her. She's like, look at her. She's like, her hair is like gray. Her hair is like, you know, and I'm like black. So it's like, we're gonna be a perfect duo, you know.
Thanks to you. Thank you. You're so awesome. I see you.
But that's
wow. How was that? So we are at the Fractal PC Build workshop now, and we were told that basically if we go through all 4 stations, we're gonna get 4 stickers, and then there's a goodie bag. Let's see if we can get that one. I'm quite excited because I would love to build a PC next year, so let's see what I can make. So far my only experience was changing the RAM to my PC because it was just not good, and that was like a little upgrade that I was able to make quite easily. So let's see if I can learn a little bit more.
So this is obviously a motherboard, and next to it we have the CPU. That's probably the hardest part to install, and I would be so terrified to do it myself, but they showed us how to do it, so I'm a little bit braver now, and that's where I'm.
So here on the case stations we have different types of cases. This is an ATX case, the Fractal North. This is the Fractal North XL. It's an ATX case. So this is the Fractal Terra. This is a very small form factor case, the smallest one we have.
So yeah, this is the motherboard, CPU, and RAM station. Here we are currently showing people.
So they're not actually. I thought they were gonna assemble together or something. I thought they were gonna assemble a computer as a group or something. I thought they were gonna like actually, I mean, at least show it or something, but okay.
How to like put the CPU in, for example, properly, what to look out for with the motherboard, that it's the right socket, how to place the RAM, and then if they want to try it, they can also grab the motherboard and put it into the case and see if they are able to fit it in there with all the placeholders for the case, and just pretty much just showing them that it is quite easy actually these days to build a PC because everything is just super normed. You just have to look out for a couple things, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Well, probably other people will also tell you the same thing pretty much.
Yeah, that's amazing. I tried building, I tried upgrading my RAM last year.
Yeah.
It was so frightening, but once you watch a couple of tutorials, it's super easy.
I mean, it's just like, you just have to like look out for like which.
Just screw. I think the hard bit is the management for the cables. That's why I think I'd pay a professional to do that. Like doing the cables, because they're really good at those shit. Especially with how many cables you have to connect on the back. Like, wait, do you still know? With M2, they like you connect it straight to the motherboard. But like, I guess the other ones, you do need to put a connection, like in terms of like what type of storage you're using. Just thinking.
Which one is the short and which one is the longer side, and then you just plug it in and that's it pretty much. It's
That's
quite
amazing,
easy.
thank you.
You're very welcome.
But if I can be honest, my
Yeah,
favorite.
I always have some extra. Yeah, fair. Yeah, do you have like a tiny cabinet with all of those organized? Oh my god, that is so satisfying when I see those. Like, there's a lot of like, people who like to like organize shit. They have different, like the different shit. Oh my god, that's such a, like I get really
favorite part of a whole TwitchCon
Sorry.
is meeting you guys. I have a wonderful community online and it's so nice to finally see you in real life, be able to chill with you, maybe give you a little sticker and just have nice conversations. So thank you to everybody that stopped me because you recognized me online. Those moments I will cherish them forever, and that's
Maybe
the
I should
reason why
show it
I
on
can't
stream.
wait to redo TwitchCon again next
But
year.
I feel embarrassed.
Now, time to finish with
I
TwitchCon
feel
Quest
like
because
you're
I really
gonna
want the
fucking
prize.
laugh at
They
how
gave me 2
fucking
codes and I'm done. Where do we get the
dirty
prize?
it is. Like,
We are downstairs.
I think it's been a while since I last did it, but I'm sure it wasn't like less than a year ago. I did it like less than a year ago. I don't remember when specifically, but I did.
I have to do the final quest. I have a point.
There you go.
Okay, Bill. Okay.
Yes. Yes, buddy.
Oh, this is it. Thank you. Thank you. Only miss? Only miss?
Hoy, are you the CEO? Big guy. I'm kidding. You're selling a lot of Twitch. Are you an ambassador for Twitch or something?
Only the dino?
I'm kidding. No, I'm just messing.
Okay, it's fun. But I wanted something bigger.
Twitch would be good for fitness too. Twitch should like encourage people to like, like I think that's a good like decoration. I don't know. This looks sad. This looks the whole. I'm sorry. I'm just criticizing. This looks. It doesn't look fun. It should be like yeah. I don't know. There's not much activity going around everywhere. They're very sparsely separated from each other, which is, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a bitch, but yeah, it doesn't look as I guess they have less people.
Yeah, not worth it. A sticker?
It's like a patch.
Yeah. Shitty.
said shitty.
Only this? Yeah, honestly, I want like at least a plushie. What is this? Do you want it?
Yeah, that doesn't look. And I'm not gonna lie, the guy who gave it, he didn't make it sound exciting. You know, customer service. Hello, like customer service, very number one thing people work into a lot. Like even with people, you have to be nice with people, right? Like or especially if you're like in something like this, you need to like make it lovely and exciting for them. Like, boom, here's your. You know, sometimes you just wanna wish you just receive a dance or something, or like congratulations, like a mini party or something, just so that you could like feel good about it for a bit and then goodbye. But I guess they're too lazy to do that because who has the ability to dance, right?
Not worth it.
Not worth it.
It's yours now. You have to.
It sounds like merch to me. Sounds like merch. Oh,
It's
it
mine.
Yeah, you're an ambassador for Twitch. How much are you? Yeah, you're being paid by Twitch. I'm telling you, you're being paid by Twitch. Are you working for Twitch? Are you working for Twitch? I'm watching you. You're working for Twitch, aren't you? You're working for Twitch, huh? Naughty.
Have to take it back.
Silly, you
I
are
have
naughty.
to
I'm
take
the
it back
shit.
to Italy and
I'm kidding.
show it
I'm just
in the
kidding.
streaming room.
Oh. Is that threaded? Like, did they actually do it, or is it just plastic?
Can we try it?
So.
Can we try it? Oh, nice.
So, I believe that it's caffeine free. We also have the caffeinated version, and we rotate the flavors. So about like a couple hours, we'll switch them out to something new.
Okay, that's fun. Okay. Thank you. Hey, let's open this. Wow. Okay, fancy stuff.
These
Hi
three.
guys.
Awesome
Let's see what's
award.
happening here. Congratulations, and one of the industry's top creators would like to invite you to become a Disstream Platinum Ambassador. Wow, that is so fancy! Woo! It's so fun. Thank you.
Take 200 photos. Just stand up.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah. Was it fun in the US? Because yeah, I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure about this one. I'm kind of like, But it's not like I'm going, you know. And it's not like they're gonna have one here. anytime
Whoa, thank you for the applause.
You know.
Chad is doing applause.
Now, if you're curious to know,
But if they do, then maybe everyone will receive a performance, you know, like with like not fireworks, but indoor fireworks, maybe, right? Like with fashion, drag, everything, you know, like a celebration, like that.
to know how big TwitchCon Europe is and how many people, how many stands there are, well, this is the video for you. Buckle up for this time lapse.
Oh, that's cool. They do have like those sort of stuff. They don't have a lot of chairs. Oh, but there's space there. Aw. It is massive as well. The space is big. Oh wow, and they have another room as well. They should give Grasslord a performance of a lifetime. Like they should give him a history. Like where did the Grasslord come from? Like like and what's gonna happen? What's the story of Grasslord? Like how is he gonna rise to you know? Gosh, give Grasslord a little bit of like fucking respect. Yeah, like they could have like that full as hell if they could put and make money with like drinks and all that shit as well. And you know what? Do a whole fucking like what do you call this? Like what's her name again? Fuck. Blake Lively idea. Introduce like some sort of spike, like not a spike drug, but like like cool names, and then overcharge them 200% the price. Oh yeah, Dr. Pepper. But what would be inside the Dr. Pepper? Is it just like any other Dr. Pepper, or is it gonna be like something more than that? Does it have like an ultimatum power on the inside of that Dr. Pepper? And then once you drink it, it's gonna be Dr. Pepper, don't copyright that. That's mine. You need to call me. DMs. That doesn't look nice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The outside doesn't look. It's like no shade, not a lot of like nothing going on. A chance to like also a chance for them to promote what Twitch is too. I guess Twitch I don't know. Like that could have been more. That could have been more. That could have been not hot. What do you mean not hot? This is sad. What the hell is this? You could add more objects. Like it's like nothing in there. It's just a single. Oh yeah, true. Okay, now I'm getting it. It's not hot in there. Okay, but like.
Okay, guys, so this is the end of TwitchCon for us. We have had a wonderful weekend. We have seen so many people, streamers, community members. We did a lot of fun activities, workshops and stuff. I really hope that everybody here had a good time. And hopefully I'm going to see you again next year, right? Yeah? Applause for TwitchCon!
Oh my god.
Thank you everybody for being here. I really hope that you enjoyed also the video if you were watching from home.
Okay, fair. Like whenever. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And I'm gonna see you guys soon. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Bye!
In 2020, during the Australian bushfire,
grass? It asked, have you touched grass? Because I did. I touched grass outside whenever I called the dogs out. Like, come back here. Like that.
A top-secret firefighting mission was launched to protect a secret location. A location containing this rare living fossil, a species of tree that experts had thought died out 2 million years ago. But in 1994, a park ranger exploring a remote canyon near Sydney happened across these weird, prehistoric-looking trees. And after some testing, they figured out that it was a plant that we had only known from fossils, and only 100 were found alive. So to this day, the Australian government has kept this location a closely guarded secret to protect these trees from infections and humans. But because they wanted to conserve their genetics, they started selling small trimmings. So some people get to own this ancient tree now. And in the wild, the secret government mission worked. They are doing just fine. If you need optimistic science and tech stories, subscribe.
Sorry, I had to swallow my saliva. Baby, how are you? And thank you. No, you're gorgeous. Are you doing guitar today? Because I miss your guitar. I'm gonna watch your guitar. If you're playing the guitar, are you gonna be a rock star, baby? Yes, you are. I know you are. Well, you can do whatever you want today.
Oh my god!
Ooh, what's for dinner?
On my bag!
Nah, I'm gonna make it later.
Remember, sweetheart, you can do anything a man
I'm gonna
can
do it in a bit.
You just have to believe.
Give me the bag, bitch! Help!
That is funny. I like these ones, cracker milk. They're so funny. You're having that. Oh, what adobo are you having? Pork, beef. Oh my god. What adobo are you having? And tell me, describe the adobo. You know, adobo is made differently, you know. Some people like adobo a little bit saucy. Some people like it a little bit, you know, dry. I'm actually saying some of them like it a little watery, but I think I was just like mixing memories in my head. Pork adobo. I love pork adobo. Pork adobo so good. Delicious.
Fit check is one thing, but
I'm
using
just watching
X-rays for
some
that,
memes
that
here.
is wild. This machine is called the shoe fitting fluoroscope.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna make it later. I don't like I'm gonna make chicken though. I'm gonna make chicken. I do have like pork with me, but I'm not gonna be using that at the moment.
Because back in the day, instead of pressing your thumb on the end of a shoe to check if it fits, people stuck their feet into this box. It used X-rays to let you see right through your shoes. X-rays pass through soft tissues, but gets absorbed by denser materials like bones or metals, giving you that contrast on an X-ray image. But this gets worse. A medical X-ray is usually just a quick flash, a single snapshot. But the fluoroscope was meant to give you a live feed. You slide your feet in, look down at the glowing screen, and watch an X-ray of your feet in real time. You could wiggle your toes and see the bones move, and spot the nails holding your shoes together. And all the while, a steady stream of X-rays blasting through your feet.
That good?
And yeah, this was in shoe stores.
Oh my
For
god, that is
kids,
so crazy.
Fit check is one thing, but using X-rays for that is wild.
Yeah, that is insane. Oh, she did.
This
Yeah, so saucy. That's a saucy adobo. Saucy adobo. But does she add anything on it? Is it just the protein and the onions and all that? Yeah. Does she add like something sweet? Is it sweet? Because yeah, some people that's the thing as well. You can adjust that bit. Like if you don't want it too much, you know, too much soy sauce, you can just reduce the soy sauce. Oh, so there's spice in it too. I see. You can add Sprite as well if you don't know that. So yeah, adobo isn't just adobo. Like you could actually like play with every food is like that. That's why they say Asians. That's why Asians like they don't like really use like tablespoons and all that stuff because you can like know from the taste. Just use a different spoon or at least wash your spoon after every or use another spoon and put the other spoon on the spoon you're gonna use and use the other spoon to eat it. Don't fucking contaminate the food. Unless it's for home, obviously. I was like, I didn't know what was something. Yeah. Oh yeah. Then babes, you gotta learn from mama. Learn from mommy. Mommy, can you teach me how to do adobo? Adobo.
This machine
Here
is
I go
called the
again.
shoe
Here
fitting
I go again.
fluoroscope because back in the day,
Oh shit, sorry. I just replayed that.
Excuse me. Can you find our server? We gave him our card to pay. Like, it's been a while.
Oh, yeah, let me go check.
Oh, no.
Oh, Aaron's in panic mode.
Let me guess, you got more than one table at once?
Somebody asked you to list the salad dressings?
I lost somebody's credit card. What?
Oh, you gotta be
Aaron, table 30's asking for you. They said they're trying to pay.
I know, I was dropping some dirties. I think I lost their credit card by the dish pit.
Hopefully not in the trash.
One thing about losing anything in a restaurant, It always winds up in the trash.
Every time. Yeah, why is that?
Oh, no. Harold, can you? I like you, but not that much. Get to digging. And be careful. I just dumped a half pan of expired mashed taters in there. What the hell's going on back here? I got people looking around out there and not a server inside.
Aaron lost somebody's credit card in the trash.
Yeah,
in the trash.
Okay. Yeah.
The drama happens. Oh no.
Good luck.
He what?
It's just misplaced. I'm sure he'll find it in a second. Can I offer you another round of whatever you're drinking on the house?
We just had water.
How do we know he's not back there stealing my identity or something?
Who? Aaron?
Oh, no. Trust me, he's not capable of that. Oh, this is so nasty. I can't. You just gotta dump it out and root around. Oh, I can't even look at it. I might throw up. Do you see it? Nope.
Fortunately, this never happened to me because topless. Thank God for topless. This doesn't happen topless. Who? Fucking hell. Oh my God, I'd be so fucked if that happened to me. The places I work at, they always have like, you can always grab the thing with them and it's connected with 3G or data. That way you could just take it with you everywhere and like it automatically goes to their network.
Nope.
That
Who
is
threw that
actually
away? That's good
easy.
eating. Oh!
My question is, in this day and age, why are servers still taking the credit card away from the table? We travel to Europe and they bring you that little handheld computer to pay.
Well, it's something we're open to.
And the pizza place by us uses those too.
That's
This
Square,
is
by
an
the
excuse.
way. Square. That's Square. Little thing to pay. That's Square.
I'm truly sorry. Let me get back there.
Got it. Oh, sorry about that.
About time.
All's well that ends well.
Great.
We probably need to cancel this one now.
What is that?
Ew.
Oh, that's just mashed potatoes. Oh.
Stupid, you didn't clean it up, you dumb ass bitch. That makes sense. Oh my. Oh wow. No, they got a point. I had a coworker get fired and arrested once because he was copying credit cards onto his server pages by pushing them into the paper and leaving little dents of the numbers behind. Whoa. Is this America? I hope this is America. Yeah, that's true. He is an idiot. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. Oh my God, that's crazy. I've done that to my parents. I think I've said it before. That was fucked of me to do as well.
You might have seen this. The Serbian government has been accused of using a military-grade sound weapon on peaceful protesters, but what do we actually know about it? Originally developed by the US Navy to warn off enemies at sea, long-range acoustic devices, or LRADs, are essentially sonic cannons. They produce sound pressure levels exceeding 150 decibels. That's 10 decibels louder than a jet engine at takeoff. And unlike normal speaker systems that send noise out in all directions and get quieter the further away you are, the LRAD uses an array of many smaller speakers to produce a wall of sound, focused into a tight beam that can travel for several kilometers without loss of intensity. The frequency that they produce is 2 to 4 kilohertz. That's mid to high frequency noise, which is where the human ear is most sensitive. When the beam hits the human body, the high intensity sound waves severely overstimulate the cochlea, part of the inner ear responsible for converting sound waves to electrical signals, which triggers the auditory nerve and causes pain, nausea, migraines, and ultimately triggers the body's fight or flight response. LRADs are illegal under Serbian law, and at the moment the government still denies their use, but around the world there have been over 100 reported incidents. They've been used in the UK and the US. LRADs are becoming an ever more popular way for governments to quickly send a crowd running. From the battlefield to the streets, the line between defense and suppression is getting harder to hear. If you like science and tech stories, follow for more.
Yay, people. Yay. Then use headphones if that's the case. Noise cancellation mode.
He opened his closet, but instead discovered a bathroom. Confused, he asked his roommates what happened to the closet. They looked at him like he was joking, insisting it had always been a bathroom. He assumed that they had pulled off an elaborate prank while he was gone. But as days passed, his confusion turned to panic. He couldn't even remember what the closet looked like. He thought he was losing his mind, so he went to the doctor. After some tests, they found a brain tumor that caused memory loss and hallucinations, meaning it had always been a bathroom.
Wow. That is really good. Yeah, that's true. That's true what they said. Respect to this man for being smart enough to not ignore his body and go to the doctors. What does that tell you? That tells you that what you perceive is connected to what's in here. Everything you're perceiving. Oh. That sucks. Are you? I didn't know you're using a wired headset. Lame-o. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I know you guys like a lot of people like the wired headset. What sort of
You might have seen
is it
this.
an audio? Is it a jack?
He opened his closet, but instead
Is it? Wait. What am I talking about? I forgot.
discovered
what I'm
a
talking about.
bathroom.
I saw the comments criticizing me for this free clean, and I personally don't think I owe anyone an apology. But I definitely owe you an explanation. This kitchen hadn't been accessible for years. It was covered from floor to ceiling in rubbish and rotten
Use a
food. And as you
razor. I
can
think
imagine,
razors
years
are
worth
good.
of neglect
I'm
mean the
using a
property is
Sennheiser.
pretty damaged in some places. If you've been here before, you'll already know I put everything I have into these free cleans.
Yeah, don't get a awful quality one, obviously.
Something needs doing and it's within my budget, I will do it. I've been able to refurnish and redecorate homes, and I've even been able to pay off free clean applicants' debts. But I think I've shot myself in the foot by setting your guys' expectations of me way too high. Recently,
Aww. They're so mean.
I've been noticing an increase in comments telling me I'm not doing enough. As you know, that's a lie. What they will say is, you should have replaced the floor. You should have redecorated and painted the walls. You should have bought them new kitchen countertops. And listen, I get it, but I am a cleaner. My main
I mean, she does it sometimes. She buys them. Yeah, exactly. Like, give them a thumbs. Give her a thumbs up. Really? Well, okay, then don't use razor then. I'm using a Logitech. That's a Logitech. I'm using a Logitech for my mouse. I'm always using Logitech stuff.
How can somebody be
Like, at
this
least
good at a
for
sport
keyboard
but
and all
this
that.
bad at cheating at the same time? A woman once won the New York City Marathon until somebody
Oh,
came
I've
out and
heard
said
of
they
this.
saw her riding the subway during the actual race. Then 6 months later, she gets first place in the Boston Marathon and sets an all-time record.
Yeah, this keyboard of them, what do you call this? Steel Series. Ah!
Until they figured out she busted out of the crowd and started running a half mile before the finish line. This is the basketball team that pretended to be disabled so they could win a gold medal in the
this is
Para
so bad. That is so bad.
Olympics. And it actually worked. Only 2 people on the team were really disabled, and apparently the rest lied on their IQ tests. There's no way that was satisfying to win. This girl was about to win a cycling championship, and she was in first place the entire race. Until the pedals on her bike stopped working, so someone came to help and found out she had a motor under her seat that was pushing the pedals for her the entire time. It seemed like this guy was
That is such a wow. What the hell? That's a lot of effort you gotta do. That's way more than just like injecting yourself the steroids to fucking help yourself. I'm not talking about anyone specific, but I did hear someone doing that. Like, they're kind of linked to like the whole like athlete, China, CCP.
This guy was dominating in a marathon, even though he kept stopping for bathroom breaks. But apparently every time he went to the bathroom, him and his twin brother would switch places and take turns running. Do better.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, that is smart. I was wondering what that twin switching was about, but okay, that makes sense. Wow. That's clever.
So this kid was driving to the most important test of his life one day when his friend suddenly had a heart attack. You see, although Zhang Zhaopeng had been on his way to the Chinese college entrance exam that he had literally been studying his entire life for, he didn't even hesitate to tell the driver to rush to the hospital instead. Even though Zhang was only 18 and was supposed to have the rest of his life determined by this one test, he didn't even seem to care and just quickly began performing the CPR that he had learned in school. Since his friend's heart ended up stopping for 30 minutes and was only barely able to be revived by doctors, Zhang's actions saved his life. But even though it caused him to miss his exam, he said that he had no regrets since exams can be retaken but a life cannot.
That's true.
Tragically, local officials initially told Zhang that no retakes were allowed under any circumstances. But when tons of people began protesting this and pointing out that Jang was even pursuing a career in medicine, he was finally allowed a retake. And the government also eventually gave him and his driver $1,400.
Look at that. They only start doing something when it becomes big. Like when people start talking about it. That's why if anything, I think the Chinese people should start like using the social, like fucking bypass their fucking networks. Like bypass the firewall that they're talking about. You know, and then fucking tell us all the shit they're doing, you know. That would be nice for the people who are conducting business. That would be nice. Like, that would be so fun.
Instead of spraying Coca-Cola in your face, let's put it to better use. Extinguishing small fires. Shake the bottle and all that carbon dioxide rushes out. The CO2 displaces the oxygen around the flame, smothering the fire. But don't use this on electrical or grease fires. Stay safe.
Okay, so did we get that? Electrical or grease fires? No. We have a method called smother. Use sand or soil. Okay, so for oil, smothering for grease, sand or soil for grease oil, and foam or Class C fire extinguisher. So, okay, so it seems, but don't use sand for electrical, it will burn it. So I'm assuming this is up to the temperature of the thing, I'm assuming, or like, I'm not sure why it's, okay, let me give that a thumbs up. Yeah, I like this girl. Like, I've been seeing a lot of her videos. Water. Did that work? It didn't it? Because the water is obviously too hot. Like, it would fucking... Wouldn't it? Like, it would, evaporate, basically. Let me see, like, what ingredients I need for adobo. Like, because, yeah, I was like, I'm actually using a recipe this time. I've been using a recipe all my life, but, you know. Let's scroll more. I want to doom scroll. Because I kind of like the doom
Okay, here's a
scrolling
paradox for you. Why do headaches
I like doom scrolling on YouTube. Like, I'm getting a lot of, like, good stuff.
hurt so much if our brains can't feel pain? That's right. Did you know your brain can't actually feel pain? Here's what I mean. Let's say you stub your toe.
Give me a second. Let's watch this first.
That impact stimulates nociceptors in your toe. They're specific sensory nerves that respond to something that can damage your body. And those send signals to processing centers in your brain, which interpret those signals as ouch. But your brain doesn't have those nociceptors, which means the brain can't directly feel pain. That is why people can stay awake during brain surgery. So then, what is hurting during a headache? Well, it turns out the areas near your brain are to blame, at least sometimes. If your neck muscles are stressed or your sinuses are inflamed, well, the nociceptors in these parts of the body are activated, and these can cause muscles in your scalp and face to tense up, which makes it feel like your brain is in a vice. When issues in one part of your body make it feel like there's pain in another part, that's called referred pain. So it's not your brain that hurts, it just feels like it. Scientists are still learning what causes other types of headaches, like migraines or cluster headaches. For some people, these might be genetic. For others, they may be a result of inflamed nerves or even an allergic reaction. But next time a headache makes you want to punch your own brain, don't. You wouldn't feel it anyway. Follow me for more.
Oh my god. This is what I'm saying. Don't ignore it. If you're fucking like, you know, if you're feeling something in your body that doesn't feel right, then your gut is telling you it doesn't feel right because, you know, your brain is really good at connecting shit. Like, it would make, like, if you had a headache all of a sudden after being exposed into something, you would automatically think, I probably caught the flu or something. But if it doesn't make sense, like if it suddenly is not making sense, not making any connection, go to a doctor, talk about it. Because, yeah, sometimes it sucks when the GP is like, just let it, give it a little shit. That's when you move to another doctor because fuck that doctor. Like, fucking, some doctors are also lazy as fuck. Let's not fucking lie. Like, some doctors are
Mind-bending
lazy as hell.
science that won't give you a headache. Okay, here's a
Okay, let's watch this one. Sorry. Ow, my fucking feet is hurt. Okay, I think I've seen her before. I think you showed this to me before.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. 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 Oh fuck. 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 I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
Shit.
I don't know what to do.
Help. Help.
Bitch.
Help. 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 Help.
All you need to do is to kill the fire by fucking covering it with something. Oh my god, where's the...
I don't know what to do, you guys. Guys, I don't know what to do.
Oh my god. And look, how to add time. T1 sub, 3 minutes. 500 bits, 4 minutes. $5 donation, 5 minutes. Birthday sub goals. Woo! 50. Movie night. Marshmallow challenge. Why not? What the fuck? That is so unfair. Why are they asking for that much? 150 cosplay outfit. I mean, I guess cosplays are kind of expensive, so it kind of makes sense. But let's see. Yoga session 200. 300 oh 250 unban requests. 300 eat left. Oh, okay. Unban request. That's weird. Why is that at 250? 600 face painting. I see. Okay. We know where this is going. We know where this is going. It's gonna go to OnlyFans. I'm gonna assume OnlyFans is in one of the socials. One sub. Name on Sir Korgs. What is Sir Korgs? I don't know what that shit is. What is Sir Korgs? Do you know what Sir Korgs is? Also, I'm gonna make some rice for a second. Like, press 1 if you want to see me cook some rice. Press 2 if you wanna be left in here while you watch a video. Pick a number. Pick a number. Pick a number. Okay, I guess if you're not picking a number, I'm gonna leave you alone. You know what? Watch a playlist. Watch a playlist. Watch a playlist.
Welcome back to the show, Bigfoot Cooks. Some hikers generously gave me some ingredients to make pizza today. So, my wife is angry and has pregnancy cravings for pizza, so that's what I'm going to cook today.
She doesn't like pizza.
My wife is so beautiful.
Yeah.
When
watch
rolling
that.
pizza dough, make sure you use gentle pressure.
Enjoy, guys. I won't be long, actually. I'll be quick. I'll be quick.
Today
as
I'm making
hell, I
a
promise.
pepperoni and cheese pizza. All right, so you put the pizza on the stone and then you flip it over.
Bitch! Now I'm gonna pause it. Fuck you. Now thanks for letting me know, but still, I'm so annoyed with you. I forgot. Oh my god, I'm not thinking about it sometimes. Oh my god, it's showing up. Okay. Here you go. There.
In the year 2000, a Russian rocket launched from Kazakhstan, carrying one of the first pieces of the International Space Station into orbit. Although this may look like a normal rocket launch, on the side of the rocket was a giant Pizza Hut logo. This was part of an ad campaign where Pizza Hut paid $1 million for Russian cosmonauts to eat their pizza in space and to have their logo displayed on the side of the rocket. But why don't we see ads on the side of rockets more often? In this video, we're going to look at the unusual history of advertisement in spaceflight. We're also going to look at why it's not common and how the future of low-cost rockets might change that. In the modern world of internet and television, advertisements are everywhere. sporting events, tourist attractions, movies, transportation. Anything that attracts a lot of attention will also attract advertisement. The 2019 Super Bowl was watched by 100 million people, making the price for a 30-second commercial around $5 million. But spaceflight is no stranger to large audiences. The first moon landing in 1969 was watched by a record-breaking 600 million people, and the first Falcon Heavy test flight was viewed by millions of people online. Despite the worldwide attention, advertisements never found their way to these important spaceflight events. Due to NASA being a government agency, it has a restrictive policy which stops astronauts and other employees from endorsing products. Since the beginning of the Space Shuttle program, NASA has been sending M&Ms up to the space station for astronauts to eat. However, instead of referring to them as M&Ms, astronauts have to call them candy-coated chocolates. The Science and Technology Institute estimated that NASA could make around $100 million in revenue if they agreed to do a sponsorship and advertisement deal. However, this is an insignificant amount when it comes to doing business in space. The Russians, on the other hand, are far more open to the idea of advertisements. A Russian cosmonaut famously hit a golf ball into orbit as part of a paid sponsorship for a Canadian golf company. In 1996, Russian cosmonauts took a giant Pepsi can into space to float outside the Mir space station as part of Pepsi's campaign to make the first commercial in space. This is nothing compared to what Pizza Hut were planning. In 2000, they were looking at the idea of projecting their logo onto the surface of the moon using high-powered lasers. After discussing the ideas with physicists, they realized that the enormous amount of power and accuracy required to pull this off would be almost impossible, and it would require hundreds of millions of dollars to develop. Instead, Pizza Hut settled with the idea of displaying their new logo on the side of a Russian Proton rocket. Apart from this ambitious advertising campaign, rocket companies have yet to open their doors to the world of sponsorships. But with the new wave of private companies getting into the spaceflight industry, this could change. Companies like SpaceX and Rocket Lab have drastically cut the cost of launching rockets. And with the online viewership of these launches growing in popularity, we could start to see sponsored liveries appearing on rockets, whether we like it or not. So although the world of advertising has yet to make its way into spaceflight, we can only hope that the first step onto Mars isn't sponsored by Pepsi. So make sure you're subscribed so you can join in the discussion as we continue to learn more about all things space. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Most of the deadliest heat waves to date have been dry heat waves, but as our climate warms, a possibly even deadlier heat is on the rise.
It doesn't matter how breezy it is. It doesn't matter how much shade you're under. It doesn't matter how much water you're drinking.
These are extreme humid heat waves, often referred to as wet bulb events. And these are, in my opinion, one of the scariest byproducts of climate change. They've been relatively rare historically, but a new study shows that by 2 degrees Celsius of global warming, many of the most populated places on Earth are likely to experience them. And the only way to protect ourselves from these dangerous wet bulb temperatures is to cool our environment. But what happens if that's not possible?
The time of year that always has the highest stress on the grid is always just the hottest day of the year because so many people are using AC. And so then the AC is liable to go out.
What happens if there's another extreme weather event? If you have a tropical cyclone that comes in, wipes out power?
Stick around as we break down why these temperatures are so deadly and how we can prepare for a world that's so warm our bodies literally can't handle it. Let's start by talking about dry versus humid heat. Dry heat waves are usually driven by large high pressure systems that trap hot air near the surface. These systems push air downward, and as the air compresses, it heats up in a process called adiabatic heating. If the high stays stuck in place, the heat builds day after day with no clouds or wind to carry it away. And that's exactly what happened during the 2003 European heat wave and the 2021 Pacific Northwest heat dome. Now let's take a look at humid heat.
As temperatures rise, we can hold a lot more moisture in the atmosphere. And so this means that if a given location has air temperatures going up with ongoing climate change, it's likely that if they have a moisture source, humidity is also going to increase.
We just saw how dangerous this can be in 2015 when one of the most extreme humid heat events on record struck Karachi, Pakistan. Temperatures up to 45 degrees Celsius combined with oppressive humidity. Power outages and water shortages made conditions even worse. At least 1,200 people died in just 10 days, most from heat stroke and dehydration. Humans primarily cool down by sweating, but when the air is humid, sweat can't evaporate as easily, so we don't cool off as well. This is where wet bulb comes into play. Wet bulb temperature combines heat and humidity into a single number, which helps us understand when conditions become dangerous or even lethal.
You can imagine taking a normal thermometer. If you take that thermometer and you cover the bulb in a little sock that is then placed into a container of water, so it's constantly wetted, evaporation is going to take place off of that little sock, and it's going to have a net cooling effect.
The wet sock at the end of the wet bulb thermometer functions similarly to human skin. Water evaporates off the wet sock, while sweat evaporates off our wet skin. In both cases, evaporation carries away heat into the surrounding environment.
But the more humid the ambient air is, the more difficult and less efficient that evaporation is to take place. And so that makes any cooling through evaporative cooling less efficient at high temperatures and high humidity.
Which is why humid heat feels so muggy and uncomfortable for us, and why it can be so dangerous. There have been a number of attempts to better understand how humid heat affects the human body, in particular, where our physical limits are. But it's not easy to identify dangerous wet bulb thresholds because, well, they're dangerous.
So obviously you can't put someone in a heat chamber and truly cook them. That would be unethical. But what you can do is increase temperature and humidity and measure someone's core temperature and see what's the point at which their core temperature starts to increase. And that's the limit of compensability.
The human body generally does a good job of regulating its core body temperature through sweat. But once we cross the limit of livability, or compensability, as scientists call it, our core body temperature starts to increase uncontrollably. And this wet bulb temperature range is actually a lot lower than we previously believed.
So this paper is really trying to summarize the most state-of-the-art estimations of these thresholds. And so what we see is that there is a range. So uncompensable wet bulb temperatures range from about 19 to 32 degrees Celsius.
And you might think the lower end of this range, 19 degrees Celsius, sounds really low, but it's important to understand that a 19-degree wet bulb does not equal 19 degrees on a regular thermometer. So 19 degrees Celsius wet bulb is actually more like 46 degrees Celsius with low humidity, or 32 degrees Celsius with higher humidity. And the reason there's a range is because this threshold depends on a number of variables, including activity level, exact air temperature and humidity levels, and age.
Older adults' thermoregulatory responses are worse. They sweat less efficiently. They also have higher risks of comorbidities, so things like cardiovascular and respiratory diseases.
So according to their study, where on Earth are we likely to cross these thresholds? Well, at 2 degrees Celsius of global warming, which could come in as little as 2 decades, for older adults, it's about 1/3 of Earth's land area. But that only tells part of the story.
It's 35% of the land area, but it's also many of our most populous places on Earth. Most of India, most of the populated area of China, This is most of
this is
the
about climate
eastern portion of the US.
And if we let global warming get really out of hand, or if climate sensitivity is just on the higher end of our projections, at 4 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, over 60% of Earth's landmass could see these dangerous wet bulb temperatures. Heat is the deadliest weather disaster in the US and many parts of the world, and it's
you guys know this, right? You guys. Yeah, I think this what bulb temperatures
projected to get a lot deadlier. During the 2003 European heat wave, up to 3,400 people died in Paris alone. At 2 degrees Celsius, which is, again, only a couple decades away, scientists found that Paris will see deadly heat waves like this once every few years rather than once a century. And though this heat wave in 2003 was among the deadliest in recent history, it didn't get close to the dangerous wet bulb thresholds we've been discussing in this episode. But the 2015 heat wave in Karachi did. It passed the uncompensable wet bulb threshold for older adults for something like 8 to 10% of the time. But at 2 degrees Celsius of warming, we can see that the uncompensable threshold is crossed for younger adults as well. And at 4 degrees, models show that the same event would cross the uncompensable threshold for older adults for about 90% of the heat wave's duration. And the thing to remember about these critical wet bulb thresholds is that once you cross one, the only way to bring your internal temperature down is by cooling yourself or your environment.
It doesn't matter how breezy it is. It doesn't matter how much shade you're under. It doesn't matter how much water you're drinking. The only way you can protect yourself from these conditions is by cooling your environment. And so that is why air conditioning is really the major adaptation measure and protection measure that we have.
And although AC is one of the most important tools for surviving extreme heat, it's far from perfect. First of all, it's expensive. AC is energy intensive, and as our climate gets warmer, many people won't be able to afford to stay cool. And due to its financial inaccessibility, many people in places most vulnerable to deadly heat don't have access to AC. Second, air conditioning doesn't eliminate heat. It just moves it. Cooling the indoors means transferring the heat outside, which warms the surrounding air. And in cities, this added heat can worsen the urban heat island effect. Now, let's imagine that everyone could afford air conditioning. It still wouldn't automatically solve the problem. Our power grids in the US and globally weren't designed for everyone to crank up their units at once. During heat waves, widespread outages become more likely, leaving the most vulnerable at even greater risk.
If AC units were our only way of protecting people, as soon as the power system fails, whether that's from the grid being overloaded or if we have another weather-driven sort of infrastructure damage, that's going to put people immediately at risk.
And these compounding hazards, like a heat wave after a hurricane, are a growing concern as we head towards unprecedented levels of warming for humans and as weather across the board just gets more extreme. But there's one more catch. The more we rely on AC, the more we could be fueling the base problem of global warming.
If you tried to just build out air conditioning to deal with heat risk, how much would that contribute to carbon emissions across the world, and how much would that positively feed back?
To think about it, like, yeah, like we're using it, but at the same time, it's like it's like double-edged sword. You know, it's a double-edged sword situation where, like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What are we gonna do? Are we gonna just, like, I think that's what consumerism did to us as well. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a child of consumerism,
Back on global temperature, making the temperature even higher.
Right now, air conditioning accounts for about 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And according to the International Energy Agency, the number of AC units worldwide is expected to nearly triple by 2050, leading to a massive rise in energy demand. So what do we do about this paradox? Well, I think it's a powerful argument for transitioning as quickly as possible to clean energy. The only way to meet the growing need for AC without accelerating climate change is to power our grids with renewables. And of course, there's a lot we can and should do beyond just air conditioning. We can rethink the design of our cities by installing white or green roofs and planting trees. We can also build more cooling centers, upgrade our electrical grids to be more resilient, and prioritize protecting the most vulnerable during heat waves. The truth is that we are headed into uncharted territory, but it's also true that we still have time to choose how bad it gets. So, do you live in an area that's already experiencing dangerously hot and humid conditions? What strategies have worked for you to handle the heat? Let us know in the comments, and we'll see you next time on Weathered. Oh, and before you go, we also wanted to let you know about something special. PBS and the BBC have teamed up to bring you Walking with Dinosaurs.
Okay, wow, dinosaurs. Big. I'm gonna play this one because this is interesting. Wait, you don't have any videos
Australia
anymore,
is a
Big Ron?
huge country, but while most of the country has at least one major city, such as Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth, and even Hobart, its northern coastline does not. This is a little odd because this region is so close to the primary shipping lanes connecting to Asia. So why doesn't Australia have a major city along its northern coastline? And before anyone says Darwin is a major city, it's smaller than you probably think. Australia is a continent defined by its contradictions. It's huge, but largely empty. It's surrounded by oceans, yet much of its interior is bone dry. It has some of the most livable cities in the world, yet entire regions remain nearly uninhabited. Understanding the country's physical geography helps explain why Australians have chosen to live where they do, and why so few of them live along the country's northern coast. Australia is the flattest continent on Earth, lacking in towering mountain ranges or active volcanoes. Much of the interior is part of what's known as the Australian Shield, a stable.
That's why a lot of them is like, a lot of Australians are like saying, oh, you're renewable, what they call this? Nuclear energy. But, you know, I can't really talk about it because, you know, I don't feel like I'm in the position to yap about that shit. But yeah, that's like one of the things going on, like what do you call this, where people are like debating it.
Stable and heavily eroded block of land that hasn't seen mountain building activity in hundreds of millions of years. This has left a landscape of broad plains, shallow basins, and weathered hills. And in the center lies the outback, a sweeping region of deserts and semi-arid scrubland that dominates the image most outsiders have of Australia. But surrounding this harsh core is a more varied periphery, where rainfall is more reliable and the soil somewhat more accommodating. The Great Dividing Range, which runs parallel to the east coast from Queensland down to Victoria, captures moisture from prevailing ocean winds, creating a relatively green corridor in an otherwise dry land. Major rivers like the Murray and Darling flow through this region, albeit erratically. In contrast, the northern region of Australia presents a very different face than either the outback or the fertile southern areas. It lies entirely within the tropics and is dominated by a tropical savanna climate in the west and center and a tropical monsoon climate in the northeast. Unlike the predictable seasons of the south, the north swings between extremes. Months of searing heat and heavy rainfall during the wet season, followed by long stretches of dryness during the rest of the year. And when it rains, it pours. The monsoon can flood rivers and turn dusty plains into wetlands overnight. But during the dry season, those same wetlands vanish and water becomes scarce again. The terrain of the north is equally challenging. Much of the land is flat and covered in coarse grasses and scattered trees. But the soil quality is poor, heavily leached by centuries of tropical rain. Mangrove-lined estuaries, floodplains, and escarpments add further complexity to the land. Cyclones are another hazard, regularly battering the coastlines of the Northern Territory and Northern Queensland, with destructive winds and heavy rains. Now, all this said, Northern Australia is far from lifeless. The region is home to incredible biodiversity, including some of the last large relatively untouched tropical ecosystems in the world. This, of course, also comes with some of the most dangerous wildlife and plants that humans have ever encountered. One such plant, commonly known as the stinging tree, is so painful that victims are often in pain for months. It's considered to be the most venomous plant in the world by some metrics. Australia's physical geography is extreme, to say the least. There's a reason why it's well known for its danger. But then, so are Indonesia and Southeast Asia. So why did early British settlements focus so far away from the major colonies and trade networks of Asia? Of course, it all starts with the Aboriginals of Australia.
JK.
Once again, I've ditched a sponsor for this video because I want to tell you guys all about my awesome Substack. Every week, I write additional articles that go along with my weekly videos, and it's 100% free forever and always. So go to geographicjeff.substack.com to sign up and join this rapidly growing geography community.
Aww, so sweet.
Long before the British ever set foot on the continent, Aboriginal Australians had spent tens of thousands of years adapting to its diverse and often unforgiving landscapes. But rather than building cities, they lived in smaller, mobile communities that moved with the seasons and the availability of food and water. These patterns varied across the country, of course, and largely reflected the land itself. In the fertile southeast and along some river systems, Aboriginals could settle in place for longer periods. In the arid interior, survival required constant movement and deep environmental knowledge. Along the tropical north, communities timed their lives to the rhythms of the wet and dry seasons, adjusting their diets and their locations accordingly. Crucially, Aboriginal settlement was not organized around permanent structures, which would come to define British colonization. Instead, it was deeply rooted in a relationship with the land, shaped by Dreamtime stories, seasonal migration, and stewardship practices. The landscape wasn't something to be conquered, but rather something to be understood. This kind of land use left very little physical evidence that European explorers would recognize as civilization, even though these societies were very complex in their own ways. When the British arrived in force in 1788, they brought with them a fundamentally different understanding of land, settlement, and development. They were looking for harbors, farmland, fresh water, and a temperate climate, ideally all in one place. The site of Sydney on the southeast coast checked many of those boxes. It offered a sheltered harbor, manageable weather, nearby forest for timber, and space to grow food. Melbourne, further south, had fertile land along the Yarra River and a cooler climate that was more familiar to British settlers. Perth, founded on the southwest coast, and Adelaide, further along the south-central shoreline, also fit into this mold. These cities became magnets for people looking to start a new life in a new part of the world, some of whom were forced. In fact, the first settlement fleet carried 788 convicts, leading to one of the most well-known, if slightly overstated, historic facts about Australia, that it began its life as a penal colony. The early Australian colonies were largely based on logistical decisions. Settlements were placed where supply ships could safely land, where agricultural output could be maximized, and where European vision of development could be imposed with relative ease. Australia, at the time, was Britain's most remote colony, which meant that it had to be self-sustaining in ways that not even the early North
Why am I lagging now?
American colonies had to be. Of course, the early British colonizers were keen to settle the North as well, but those attempts rarely went smoothly. Early efforts in places like Port Essington and Raffles Bay, both on the northern coast, failed due to isolation, disease, and harsh conditions. Eventually, Darwin would take root, but it remained a small outpost, more connected to its military role and proximity to Asia than to its economic clout or population size. Queensland, stretching up the northeast coast, did see more successful settlement, particularly in Brisbane and later Cairns and Townsville. But even these cities are located in the far southeast corner of the state, or nestled along more protected segments of coastline. The far
Yeah.
north remained largely
It's
empty.
like behind the mountain range bit. I mean, some of them are like in the valley. I'd consider valley. But yeah, the middle is like
All told, British settlement in Australia followed the path of least resistance, reinforcing the natural gradients laid down by the physical geography. The cities we know today didn't emerge randomly. They were products of environmental compatibility and colonial convenience. Settlers were not about to brave heat, malaria, flooding, and isolation when more temperate, navigable,
This
and
is where the crocodiles are at. Like everything you're scared of about Australia is over here. So go there. Don't go there. I'm kidding. You can go there, but just make sure you're strong enough. So I've been talking about something here in like they have a native bacteria in northern Queensland that is actually like it was basically interrupted because it was once a protected area, but they did the expansion of the highway. It's like a large expansion, and basically it basically exploded the whole it released the bacteria, and a few people got infected. I forgot the term, but those are some of those very deadly stuff, because it's not just like, I don't think it's just animals, you know. It's not just animals, it's a lot of shit, but at the same time it's beautiful. It's a beautiful part of the country. I hope it stays preserved that way.
and productive land was available elsewhere. Which brings us to today. All of these past issues have since been solved.
So why does Australia still not have any major cities in the north?
Australia is a large country, but it's not a very populated one. In fact, as of 2025, the country is only home to about 28 million people. This would make it the 54th largest country in the world by population, but because of its massive size, also a country with a very low population density, at only 3.5 people per square kilometer. Even Canada has 4.5 people per square kilometer. So, suffice it to say, Australia's population is more condensed than most other countries, and this leaves vast areas of it with very few people. But one place you might expect at least one large city.
I live here. I live somewhere here. I'm not gonna point it out to where specifically. I don't live in this bit, but the city
Would be along
they
the
keep showing the. Oh my god! I keep noticing the Gold Coast whenever they show it up.
northern coastline. Let's look at a map. The northern part of Australia is closer to Southeast Asia than Sydney or Melbourne. It's plain as day. Darwin is physically closer to Jakarta and Singapore than to Canberra, the capital of Australia. And in an era where global trade is dominated by ships moving through the Java and South China Sea and the ports of Singapore, Hong Kong, and Shanghai, Northern Australia appears to sit in a prime location for both imports and exports, almost like a southern gateway to Asia. And yet, the north remains largely empty, dotted with small towns and isolated outposts. Why? Well, to start, it's not like the idea hasn't occurred to Australians. In fact, politicians, military planners, and economic developers have periodically floated proposals to open up the north or create a new northern capital. But despite these ambitions, no city has ever emerged on a scale even remotely comparable to Australia's southern cities. The reasons are many, and they begin, as they often do in Australia, with geography. The tropical north is one of the most climatically challenging regions of the country. The wet season brings monsoonal rains, intense humidity, and cyclones. Roads frequently wash out. Rivers flood, infrastructure decays more quickly in the heat and damp. Then the dry season arrives, stretching for months, bringing dust, fire risk, and water shortages. This climate rhythm, while manageable for small populations or for industries like mining, makes sustained urban growth difficult. Cities require reliable infrastructure, predictable logistics, and steady access to water and energy. The North provides none of these easily. Even in 2025, the North's remoteness is a problem. It's not just distance from other Australian cities, it's distance from the infrastructure backbone of the country. There are few major highways, limited rail connections, and a thin web of utilities. Building and maintaining a city-scale system in such an environment requires enormous.
Just ask the AI to do that. You asking me? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Ask the AI. Go ask the AI.
Investment. And for what in return? The population base simply isn't there to justify it. Without people, there's no market. Without a market, there's no business case. And without a business case, there's no political will. Then there's the environment itself. Much of the land along the north coast is ecologically sensitive. home to wetlands, mangroves, and unique species. It's also home to some of the oldest continuous cultures on Earth. Aboriginal Australians have long lived in the north, particularly in the Arnhem Land and the Kimberley, regions that remain deeply significant in cultural and spiritual terms. Large-scale urban development would disrupt these landscapes and risk further marginalizing communities that already face a host of challenges. There's also the legal dimension. Much of the land in Northern Australia is held under forms of Aboriginal title or is subject to land rights claims. Any expansion plan would be complex, controversial, and contested. So if the North is hard to build on, distant from population centers, and environmentally delicate, what about the strategic upside? Being closer to Asia does have value. Darwin, in particular, has taken on an increasingly important role as a military hub, hosting Australian forces and rotations of US Marines. Its port, controversially leased to a Chinese company in 2015 for 99 years, has become a symbol of geopolitical tensions in the Indo-Pacific. This grappling of US military and Chinese economic interests highlights the strategic importance of Australia's northern region. But strategic importance doesn't automatically lead to population growth. A city can be militarily vital and still remain small. Fairbanks, Alaska, for example, is perhaps one of the most strategically important military locations for the United States. But the city has and will remain fairly small. Even economic potential has its limits. Northern Australia is rich in minerals, cattle, and gas, and has supported large-scale resource extraction for decades. But these industries don't necessarily require large cities to function. Mining towns rise and fall with commodity cycles. Workers fly in and fly out.
Actually smart. It's a smart way of like, gathering those resources and actually basically separating them into different projects. So you could also like rehabilitate it if it's possible. I hope they rehabilitate it. That's a keyword. And I just want to say, let's not forget that like there's a lot of Aboriginal and First Nation Australians who have unfortunately basically they've been taken out of their families a lot during that time. And so some of them lost their parents from that. And some of them are still alive to this day. And yeah, there are those people as well. I'm gonna be major Debbie Downer here. But yeah, to think about it, it's a smart way of collecting all those minerals and basically using the port. Because is it easy? I wonder if it's easier, or is it the easy or convenient to use the ocean instead of, but at the same time, like where are you okay, I guess that makes sense, like it's separate. Okay.
Out. Usually
This
on
makes me want to play Civilization 5.
months-long cycles. Investment comes in bursts, not in steady flows. That kind of boom and bust economy doesn't build sustainable urban environments like those seen in Melbourne or Sydney. Basically, it builds camps, not cities. In the end, the logic of the South continues to dominate Australia, where about 98% of Australia's population lives. The southeast corner, in particular, with its temperate climate, deep water ports, major rivers, and large existing populations, remains the natural heart of the country. The original decisions made by early colonists to settle Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Adelaide, and Perth weren't just historic accidents. They were decisions reinforced by geography, climate, and connectivity. And in the north, for all its potential, it continues to remain on the periphery, with just 2% of Australia's entire population and no major cities. Darwin, the largest city along the northern coastline, is home to just 140,000 people, and the north as a whole, a little less than 600,000. In the end, geography dictated the first settlements of Australia. History cemented them in place. And now, even in an age of globalization and shifting trade routes, the inertia of those early choices keeps Australia's cities anchored far from its northern shores.
I know some of you will probably lean into the whole tropics thing for why there's no city there. But tropical cities tend to fare quite well, actually, in terms of population growth. Even Britain founded plenty of successful tropical cities, such as modern Singapore. Australia, in this regard, is just different. Speaking of Australia, This week and the 2 weeks before it, I've been cruising around the country, from the southwest to the outback, and now Tasmania. If you want to see what Australia's geography is really like, go check out those videos on my travel channel. I hope you enjoyed learning all about
He has a travel channel. Oh, I want a travel channel too. But yeah. Do you guys have any, does anyone have any videos to show? Oh, AI roadmap. Mm? Let's see this. I've heard him.
So just last week I was telling you guys how OG YouTuber Vitaly has been going through it over in the Philippines. He has been straight up begging for forgiveness, saying that his mental health had been compromised. Apparently the man had rediscovered religion, and he even requested to be bailed out for the time being while his trial awaits hearing, or to be deported altogether. Obviously,
I did hear that moment. Oh my god. Yeah, I did hear about that moment of silence for them too. And the families. One person survived, right?
he was denied bail, and the big problem with him being
Pray
deported
for
is
him
that
as
both
well. I
America
want you guys
and
to pray
Russia,
for
where he's
him.
actually
He's
from,
probably gonna
want
go through
absolutely nothing to
something
do with this guy. In
after
fact, Russia
forever.
said that he should serve as a good example of what not to do for their citizens when traveling abroad, and that they respect the Filipino people and their decisions regarding Vitaly's detainment.
I did not vote for this, I did not vote for this like bitch to be there. Like no. No,
Foreign
no, no.
nationals who abuse our hospitality and violate our laws must face the consequences.
I don't
The
think I
Bureau
voted.
is resolute. We will not allow our deportation process to be undermined by publicity tactics or legal maneuvering. No special treatment will be given.
Now, this entire time, yes, we had been getting updates, but we hadn't seen like actual pictures or videos of what Vitaly was currently looking
How are
like
you?
after 2 months in this nightmare
send
facility.
it. I'll
But
watch it
recently, he
after.
was moved from there into an actual Filipino prison where he awaits his eventual trial. And let me tell you guys, the difference in not only his general physique, but also his expressions and his overall attitude
see-
could not be more jarring. Here is Vitaly before, all smile.
He could have done that this whole time. Oh, I'm good. I wouldn't say I'm really, really good, but I'm okay. I'm breathing as usual. Surviving. But yeah. I'm okay. I'm sorry. I'm like twirling my hair. I'm trying to like take something out of my shit. And yeah, I received my Medicare card finally. So yeah, I can finally go back to my therapist and do that shit. It's also almost the end of the year, like financial year, so it's gonna reset, like the blah 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 will reset back. But it's not like they're giving a lot anyway, because yeah, I still have to pay a gap. We still have to pay a gap when I go to
All
therapy.
smiles in the courtroom and even laughing and
Sorry.
mocking the people for his own idiotic actions. And here is Vitaly after these 2 months, where he obviously looks like a shell of his former self, losing what I estimate to be
feel
over
bad.
50 pounds, as well as his will to live. You know, I guess there's no steroid needles and protein shakes where he was currently staying. I think it was really just rat piss and cockroach droppings. And that big ol' smile that he had painted on his face before, that real smug look, was the exact thing they wanted wiped off his mug. I mean, this guy looks
turned into
completely
a whole
destroyed. He
wolf.
holds his hands over his head as he knows he's getting screwed. We also got a couple of other photos of him actually discovering he would be being moved to an actual prison. And this guy looks stressed out to say the least.
Yeah, so a prison is, I think, like something like, you guys know what the difference of a prison and a fucking authority, various crime. Oh, okay. They also use it to house those awaiting trial. I didn't know some of them used it for awaiting. I thought it was, oh no, it was jail. Is it, wait, how does, oh my god, I think it works differently. Oh my god. Wait, let me actually like, now I'm curious. Like, how about like, okay, let's read this random website. Many people use the term blah 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 blah. Jails mainly function as short term. Okay, so jails are short term. Okay, I see. Operate jails local. Okay, I see. That makes sense. It's the one connected to like. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I had to like do a brain like moment for a second there. Operates jail. Blah 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 blah. Long term.
Likely praying to God that this could all go away after playing
I feel
with
so
fire
bad.
in a foreign land and getting burned. I mean, he really thought that the money he has would make these things simply go away like they did in the past when he would do bad shit, but obviously that was not the case, and the Filipino people clearly want him to face justice, refusing to drop their charges.
This is the very Americanized version of like the city. I used to like, oh, I want to go there again, but thinking about it now, I'm like, it's probably just full of people who are fucking pretentious. And
I
all
mean,
that
really,
shit.
the headline here should be YouTuber learns that you cannot pay off everyone in your life. And some of you may have noticed that his shirt there said immigration deportee, and it was almost like a sick, twisted joke because I'm sure at first when he put that on, he did think that because of this label, he would be being deported, he would be free back in America or Russia. I mean, the motherfucker would probably take North Korea at this point. Because at the last press conference, his shirt had an acronym for the Bureau of Immigration Warden Facility, but like I said before, absolutely no one wants his ass, so it was kind of like the old bait and switch. Like, oh, you think you're going home, you think you're finally free from this 2-month nightmare, well actually you're going to be going to a place that's much worse, with actual criminals this time who likely do not have a very good outlook on you.
Oh my god,
And
he
now
has
there
the
has even
footage.
been this photo released where it appears that Vitaly was getting baptized over there, which I guess is where this religious epiphany
Is he having a chat? Oh my god, that's actually good. That's actually good for him. So there are a lot of sentences for 360 days. Jury wants to send them. I see. Yeah, because yeah, in the Philippines, I think it's all handled by the government. But yeah, there are different types of facilities because a lot of like people are skeptical of how like jails work. Because the truth is that there are people who can actually get out of those jails, especially the larger. That's the problem with the Philippines. It's kind of hard for them to, especially in jails and all that shit. It's hard for them to like. There's a good film about it. OJT it's called. It's a good action film. It talks about like the corruption within the Philippine system. But it's more dramatic, obviously. It's for dramatic reasons. But it kind of does tell about like everything happening because yeah, a lot of people get killed, especially as close as the election. Like there's a range between them. It's between the time you can basically start campaigning and putting yourself on the election and after the election oh sorry, not after, before the election. So yeah, it's a big problem.
angle comes from when it comes to his legal team. Either way, on June 11th, Vitaly was moved to what is described as a high-security prison where he has been for the last week. This facility is actually called the Bureau of Jail
Yeah, so
Management
prison are
and
more
Penology in
structured
Muntinlupa City, where he still
for
faces
like-
these charges of unjust vexation, theft, and public
To
harassment.
think about it, it's called like the US has a combination of private and public facilities for jails and prisons, right? So it's not I don't think the Philippines work that way. The Philippines is more like government held facilities. So it's still linked to like a government or something. I'm not sure though. I might be wrong.
I've seen people
I'm an
predict that this
AI, I
could
make
land him up to
mistake.
18 months in prison, but I've also seen reports from the Philippines that he's still facing these 24 years, which, let's be honest, would obviously be a pretty extreme punishment even for what he did. And you also have to keep in mind that he could be waiting up to 3 years for his trial to start, and I feel like by then he would literally look like a skeleton with skin draped over it. And many people who are more familiar with the Philippines
Yeah, you haven't heard of the I've
and
heard
their
of
justice
Vitaly when I
system
was young.
actually speculate
Like
that
the
by that
rank
time
rank.
Vitaly would not even be alive. But
You
who
see
knows?
that? Look at that. You think you can hold? So out of those, probably there's one, and there are systems within those jails as well. Oh, those prisons. Sorry, there are systems that like leadership sort of thing, gangs and all that stuff. They know each other and they could actually access all that shit.
Who knows,
Mhm.
maybe his internet celebrity status will save him from that outcome. Either way, I watched this
I see.
documentary about the specific prison that Vitaly is actually
Oh, he
going
watched a
to from back in
documentary.
2023, and much like where he already was, I would not call it a walk in the park. As a matter of fact, it seems much worse. Like I said, he's around actual criminals this time, instead of just other foreigners who are awaiting deportation, many of them who did
How do you guys get it? They could use him. People could. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna use him. They could actually use him for something. But like, if he did get a baptism, I wonder what that is about. Like, is it for like, I don't know.
who did nothing wrong. But like before, this place is overcrowded. Like at the time of the documentary, it was built to house around 1,500 prisoners, but they had over 8,000.
It is virtually impossible to move around. No distractions.
I was wondering about the stat.
They're alone with their thoughts, concerns, and fears.
They also discuss how the new people basically are at the bottom of this totem pole, getting really bad treatment from the other prisoners, and you're pretty much a peon in there.
As the new guy, he gets the worst spot in the cell, right next to the toilet.
Once again, there is obviously a serious hygiene problem with this overcrowding. And can you guys believe that all of these prisoners actually share one single bathroom with no running water or plumbing?
This is our toilet and bathroom. We only have water from buckets.
Just one bathroom for 92 people. No running water.
I like this dude. He actually showed what it looks like. He's good at like, that's accurate.
Catastrophic hygienic
accurate as hell.
conditions.
They describe the food portions here as just enough to survive, but nothing more than that. And they say without money, people here do not have access to simple necessities like toothpaste, clothing, or soap. And let me also just say that based on this footage, Vitaly is really going to stick out like a sore thumb there in that prison. Most prisoners here do appear to be from the Philippines, which really tells me that they must really be trying to make an example out of Vitaly.
Look at that. They have markets
At this point, like it was not enough for him to live in hell for the last 2 months. They wanted to make it even worse.
A 6-meter-high double fence made of barbed wire surrounds the prison. 10 watchtowers also surround the prison complex.
During the documentary, they talk about this black soccer player who had to be removed from the general population, not because he had really done anything wrong, but because he got into many fights there due to his race.
It's really hard because you have no visitations, all of your privileges, they will gonna remove it from you. They are all walking around, they are playing basketball.
That's a little bit. Okay, give me a second. I have a feeling there's an angle at how that fucking documentary was made. Okay, that's ouch. Sorry, I fucking he's probably one of the few who are actually like very unruly, but yeah, usually in the Philippines a lot of them are very welcoming and all that stuff. Like, yeah, sure, the girls love the white people. Yeah, passport bros, whatever. But like for people of different accents, like even Southeast Asia, like they actually like are very respectful. So yeah, and they speak English, most of them, at least,
But
like the
I get jealous because I'm an
Carabao
athlete.
English they call it.
Being here, it's really hard for me, especially I'm alone here that time, getting into crazy. Yeah, I'm talking to myself that time because I'm alone.
And I do assume this will be a similar fate that Vitaly will face. I mean, I'll say even the prisoner in there with the utmost respect from the authorities, a man named Ranilo, who is facing 15 years for drug dealing, has the nicest setup in this prison, which is a 1.5 meter cubicle that he gets to himself, where he has these pretty cute cats. I won't lie, I think that would save me from a little bit of insanity. But with that being
Oh, look at that.
said, this guy had to do a whole lot to get that. He had already been there for 3 years, and he had to do all of these personal favors for guards, and he had to provide himself as an authority figure for other prisoners to really earn their respect in this 1.5 square meter cubicle. But hey, I'll take it, because here are the sleeping conditions that Vitaly will be incurring every single night.
Packed tightly together, they get ready for the long night ahead. Many suffer from nightmares.
Overall, it's beyond clear to me that Vitaly is pretty much fucked. I mean, the guy's face looks
You can actually see it. You can actually see from like how his face just
totally defeated. Honestly, the only way I could see him being saved here is through some sort of Trump pardon, but this guy isn't even American, so it's very hard for
That's
me to see
true,
Trump
he's
wasting his
Russian.
time on someone who was already causing a lot of trouble in the past in America
looks
for
like-
his reckless
It's like a fucking I don't know what I forgot what it's called, but he looks like that character. I forgot his name. Like he's a character from I don't even remember. I have to
actions.
figure it out.
I mean, obviously this should serve as a wake-up call for not only Vitaly, but also other idiot streamers who are looking for clout and attention through public harassment. But I gotta say it, even now, though I doubt this guy will learn his lesson. I mean, I watched the last video he had posted to his YouTube channel when he announced his comeback, and this guy literally glorifies every negative thing he's done in his life and his past. Even calling himself a supervillain who will never die, the guy thinks he's like the Joker or something, and he twists his own reality through his own lens. I mean, like, if there was a poster boy for not being able to take accountability, it would be Vitaly next to Fuzi. I mean, first off, he blames all of his shitty actions on his childhood, which is just like a classic trope. He calls the incident where he was arrested for doing drugs and a woman simply a low point in his life. He thinks of himself as rebuilding his body through massive amounts of steroids as a positive thing, something that people should be motivated by. He glorifies his
good.
fake pranks, he glorifies his fake life, and even the botched catching that he was doing last year he sees as this noble thing, despite the fact that it was all for content, and due to his Bush League investigations, all these freaks never faced real legal consequences, and got away with doing this nasty shit.
The most fascinating part about supervillains is their obsession with notoriety. They are obsessed with being the bad guy. They'll do anything for attention, even if it creates absolute havoc, leaving those around them to clean up the mess.
Yeah, I'm here to pick up friend. Vitaly.
They love seeing the world burn.
Either way, it's just so ironic to me that something
Is this a Joker moment? Joker.
like this was uploaded right before the shitstorm really hit. I mean, really, guys, this is like a primary lesson in fucking around and finding out. But either way, this was just a quick little update. Y'all let me know what you guys think.
It also I subscribe. Wait, I subscribe. Check him out, Jamari, his name. But yeah, I also like I think it's also like a encouragement to other governments to like just fucking get them to jail, or I'm sorry, to prison or whatever. Like just fucking don't hold them there. Like Somali, you know. Hello. Gosh. Okay, let me actually like start making food. Let me start making food because it's already 1 o'clock. But yeah, let me just, should I put my, of course I'm gonna put my camera in there, but give me a second. I just need to like, fix some things. Yeah, my computer is getting, my laptop is getting laggy. Really, really laggy. There we go again with the overload. I'm trying to talk so that it doesn't stay quiet. Because if I shut the fuck up, nothing's gonna happen. Sorry, I think I need some water. This always comes up. Hopefully my laptop would be charged by now. Hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna try to just use like the laptop for now. So I'm gonna be making some chicken adobo. I'm just gonna record myself if you don't mind. Oh, let me hide this for a second. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I think TikTok has like a live feature as well. So I'm kind of shy. I'm gonna be slicing the stuff first. One of them is what do you call that? Onions. Oh, sorry. Let me like onions. Oh, the chicken. Where's the chicken? The chicken. Do you have for soy sauce? Onion. Kind of out. Let's see what this one. Soy sauce. Oyster sauce. Oh shit. Garlic. Actually, why does it sound like I'm going to battle or something? I'm just cooking. Let me actually change that. Not like I'm going to like some sort of like war or something. Just wondering. I'm gonna prep. I'm gonna prep for a second. Actually, let me put that away for a second. I'm gonna leave this so that I could regrow. Ooh.
I was supposed to be a star athlete. Best friends in high school, made the wrestling team together. So if I was to stay out on the squad, I was the one that took me in.
So I'm just gonna like slice them like that, like just as usual. You know, it doesn't have to be like any special slice. Just slice it as usual. Slice it whatever you want. You want it cube, you want it julienne, go for it. I'm gonna be lazy. I'm lazy. So I don't know what others do, but try to just like knifing, like slicing on a knife. I just try to imagine that it's a curve, and then basically that's where you're going at. That should properly cut them after a while, but I think this is too thick, so I'm gonna cut it to make it a little bit, just a tiny bit smaller. So that way you don't like slice yourself. If you're lazy, if you're lazier, just use a garlic paste. I won't judge you, but I don't know. I like the adobo to like. I like the protein to actually stick. That's my justification.
First time, she made her own food for the mouse. Words are not making the same mistakes. And you're nervous. I want to give you fresh ramen with sauce. Something that's just was ideal in life. Issues that don't for my emergency circumstances.
I like it if it's more that kind of slice. But I think I'm gonna slice it further. I kind of want it a little more mince so that it sticks to the chicken. But just know the garlic fries really fast. Like it cooks really fast, so gotta be quick with cooking it as well. Sometimes I fail when I try to time it just right, you know.
That's normally FDA requires testing with documentation of any surgical example.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, wash your hands as well. Wash your hands. And there's a fly. Just gonna leave this in the air. I'm gonna try what they said on the internet where you can put the onions like that and then they'll eventually grow up some sort of basically germinate and all that shit. So I got Thai fillets, but if you want, you can use any part you want. Any part of the chicken will do.
And his door moves 24/9 for this family. Just as examines buildings from asbestos around the corner from them, just as
So Marty in his drunken state may have gotten a number of his phone to right off the street.
I wanna cry. Oh, fuck. I'm tearing up.
Persuasion, spinning files.
Just give me an intermission. I need to grab my drink. Actually, wait. Give me a second. Let me- Look at my eyes. Do I believe your bullshit? Do I look like I believe you? Huh? Huh? I don't believe you. You're just gonna make my eyes like covered in tears.
The only hair on his beard. This was filled with a head as a grain of friendship. These are really dumb. It's really frustrated. I couldn't move by myself. I don't know. So we told him 911. Well, it's a good time. No. No, it's exhausting. I didn't mean to kill him.
Okay, I need the I'm gonna use this as like the sugar. And I'm not gonna marinate it. Marinate it. But
Dressed to researchers to love. Well, that's why I'm smart. Surviving the events in this field. Just feel love and showing off voice or injury. All my abilities. It's not hard.
Do you have the cover for this one? Oh, actually, this could work. Yeah. The one they always use might go over. Fair enough. But I think I'm not gonna make it soupy anyway, so it's okay. Come to think of it, this could work.
What is this? It's over, right? Nice.
Make sure you get home. It's my turn to talk to you.
Oh my god, this is where the water was. I was looking for this. Do you want it in here or do you want me to put it under? You want to leave it here?
Yes, I do.
You want to use it like, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. I guess I'm gonna show it now how to make it. So I think I need to get the riser thing. I'm sorry, I'm a noob. I'm an amateur streamer, streamer, and don't mind the dishes. I'm cleaning that up. I'm just gonna move things around. 1 second. I haven't actually thought about this really well. Don't mind the dishes at the back. So I'm gonna show it like that. That way you could see it. Don't mind this at the back. I'm gonna wash them later on. But basically turn on your using just turn that on. You can use any oil you want. But I'm gonna be using olive oil. This is my garbage can. just in case you need to chop something quickly. I'm kind of, I don't want my laptop to drop. Okay. I don't think you can see me. Let me try to like, yeah, you won't be able to see me. So basically put it on high heat. Oil. Just let that heat up for a bit. Maybe put a tiny bit. So I'm not using a lot of chicken again. I'm only using like 6 kilos. Can you see that? 6 kilos. So I'm gonna try to portion that as much as possible. What do you call this? Wait, am I heating up the correct pan? Yeah. I was almost gonna become a stupid dum-dum for a second there. But fortunately, I'm not a dum-dum yet. Just kidding, I'm a semi-dum-dum. Are you not using this anymore?
Oh, no.
No?
It's not.
Where am I gonna put it?
Put it anyway.
I might have to wash it. It's okay. I'll wash it first. And then we'll find a storage for it somewhere. Maybe I should add it with the Tupperware.
Yes, that's where I usually have it.
Okay.
I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, so just give it a feel. If it's hot, go ahead. You can start off with the onion first. Just put a little bit of yeah, I think I need to put it farther away. So I'm just gonna wait until it becomes a little brown. Oh my god, I got mustard. You don't necessarily have to put too much. Just wait for it until it looks a little brown. You will see a little bit of like, not sure if you can see that, but it has a little like burnt bits. So that's when you start like, you know, when you used to play with the sand, you can like do that, and then that's where you put the garlic. Oh, the ginger. Oh wait, the garlic. Oh yeah, garlic. Okay, cool. did I forget that way? I might have to add a little bit of I'm just gonna wash this really quick. Oh, I think I overcooked it. Just kidding, I didn't. Yeah, oh, I think I did. No, I didn't. A little bit. You see that? A little bit of burnt, but a little bit of not burnt. So I kind of put in the middle of it, I kind of lower it down. And then once you're ready adding the chicken, you put it back up. Then I think I'm gonna have to add it one by one because I'm gonna use something. So there's 5 in this. Okay, yeah, there's 5 in this. I might just add one more. I'm trying to separate all the. I'm trying to separate the pork or the chicken. I mean, sorry, not the pork, the chicken, so that they are well separated. Also, the chicken will produce a little bit of oil eventually. No longer I put it in here. I'm also turning the chicken around before I leave them, so that I cook them all the way first. But if you want it to be like a little bit toasty, I don't know what to call that thing, but yeah. That's like that term. I don't know what the one sounds. And it looks like I'm running out of oil. I'm just gonna add a little bit of oil, just for the. I'm gonna keep adding a little bit of oil every now and then, just for the onions and all that. And while that's happening, I'm gonna start adding my soy sauce. I'm gonna put 2.5 or 2.5. Like I said, I'm not using a recipe. So in this case, I'm using Pico Man. You can use any soy sauce. I'm not gonna, no pressure, but I think I'm gonna add half because this is a little light, more for sushi. No. Oh. So I have here some salt and pepper. Let's sprinkle some. That's for the chicken. That's for the chicken. So I'm just gonna sprinkle a little bit of that because I don't think the salt is not gonna be enough after I start adding the whole if I start adding the other stuff, it's gonna start losing that taste basically. Like that the salty will be they will be fighting like they're in a war or something. Like the great war of salt and sweet. And sweet. So look at it periodically. Here's when I start adding the Sprite. But I'm gonna add a little bit of water. This allows the chicken to fully like cook all the way out. As you can see, some of them are not really cooked, and that's on purpose because we're still boiling them. We're going through the boiling process. And then the Sprite, or if you don't have anything, you can use half of that one. So what is half? 300 ml, 150 ml. That's it. 150 ml Sprite. And then, sorry, I'm just gonna shake that. Look at the muscle I got. let's just stick with one. It's not really a lot of them. Make sure it dissolves as well. This is not meant for this one, but I'm gonna use it anyway. Hi guys! Adobo. I'm making adobo bag. How are you? Sorry, let me just watch this. Yeah. I'm good. Alive. As usual while waiting for this to cook. When are you what time is it for you? And life has been okay for me, honestly. It's like eh. But yeah. How are you? I hope you're good. Sorry, I saw you went to the I saw your pictures from the I saw your pictures from the what do you call that again? The boat. I saw those pictures back. It looks like you had fun. Is that a grand? No, I saw you on the ocean. It was the ocean or something. Oh, that's why you guys went for a trip. Ah, congrats to them. I do remember you saying your brother. I did see that. Did I? I think I messaged you. Like, congrats to your bro. I said. What is that? But yeah. I'm just gonna close this again. I'm just gonna keep actively checking on this. Oh, so it's a throwback Sunday sort of thing. Check this. I see. I thought that was recent because yeah, I saw you yeah. But yeah, I hope life has been okay. Are you still Hajj? Where is it again? Is it Louisiana? Oh, how cute! Oh, sorry. Are you still there at Louis? Is it Louisiana where you're at? I forgot where you're at again. Fuck, sorry. I'm not like I'm not like a 51 states USA person. So eventually this will caramelize. I think I'm gonna put all of the Sprite actually. So let's just put it all. Are you still at Louisiana? Are you? Oh, North Carolina. Yeah, that's it. Fudge. Am I close, bitch? Is that close to Louisiana? North Carolina, Louisiana, Iana. Okay, I need to charge my fucking laptop. 12-hour drive. Oh, that's a long one. That's a long drive. Oh my god, I'm also taking a long time to cook this thing. Because it still has to I'm gonna keep flipping the chicken over because it's not really fully covered. So I'm gonna keep flipping it over. I'm also gonna add another. Yeah, I think the soy is light. It's a light soy sauce, so I'm gonna add more soy sauce. I'm not gonna add the vinegar just yet. But apparently the secret for adobo is the vinegar. Oh, that's what I heard. Sorry, I'm like trying to like charge you. There we go. My laptop was almost dying. If ever. If ever. Because yeah, I think this is light. Naturally brewed soy sauce. That's not like it's not giving 1.5. Giving. Bitch, if you fall asleep back, I love you. Good night. Avec what? Jelly stuff. Oh, thank you, bitch. Thank you for being here, by the way. I appreciate you. Oh, wait, are you still playing Dead by Daylight, bitch? Because, I might go back to it just for Twitch. Oh my god, I'm sweating. No, you're fine. Did you poop or did you pee? Tell me, really quick. Did you poop or did you pee? Yeah. Yeah, okay, fair enough. There's a new mode. I don't think you played that mode. It's more extra stuff, but I don't know if it's still there. I think it's a limited one. Oh my god, I need to burp. So yeah, we wait for this for now. If you don't mind, you have to wash the dishes. I'll give you a goofy dance so you don't get bored. I'll be ready to go. Yeah, it's not raining, I'm sorry. It's so hot. Sorry. I'm almost done with this adobo too. But it's not done yet actually. I gotta wait until it actually like this one shouldn't be like saucy, basically. That's what we're trying to do here. So that's gonna take a while honestly. So yeah, I don't know what are you playing at the moment, big big guy. What are you playing at the moment, Bag? Like what sort of games are you playing right now? Also, when you clean this stuff, I use hot water, paper towel, and then put some, I forgot what it's that in English. Just, use your eyes. If you don't have eyes, it's the white with the square, then it absorbs water. And then hot water. Hot water, put a tiny bit, close the lid and shake. Sims 4. Oh, Sims 4 is free at the moment. I think Sims 4 is free now. But I don't think Sims 6 will be free. I'll try playing GTA one time. See, it's exploding. It's making a lot of bubbles, like air basically. I think it's air. I'm not sure if it's air, but I should. Dishonored. Oh, shooting. Oh, the shooting. Look, it's more yellowy. I don't think you see it on camera, but it's more yellowy. And that means the oil is gone. Wow. So helpful. Look at that muscle. Apex. Yeah, I see a few people playing Apex. Sorry, let me just show my face. I'm sweating a lot. Look, it's when I'm cooking and washing the dishes. I think it's because I'm using the hot water as well. But yeah. I don't know, maybe it's because of where I am, but like Dead by Daylight is like it's taking so long when I play it like here. When I play within within Australia. Sorry, let me just fix my bra really quick. Also, big guy, did you send me a video? Or is that a video of the latest one you sent me? But yeah. Sorry, let me just do this really quick. Yeah, I think it's because it's even oh, okay, let's watch it here. I think we can watch it here. Where's it playing at? Oh, I was wondering where that's playing at, but it was actually heavy. Let's see. I was wondering what was playing on the thing, but on the things she shared.
It was supposed to be a routine flight, a state-of-the-art Boeing 787 Dreamliner, seasoned pilots, and clear skies. But within 11 seconds after takeoff, Air India flight AI-171 began to drop and never recovered. Crashing and killing everyone on board except for one passenger. There was little to indicate that something was wrong other than the fact that it was falling. This was Air India's first fatal hull loss since their bombing of India Air Flight 182 in 1985, and the first fatal crash and first hull loss of a Boeing 787 Dreamliner since its inception in 2011. How does one of the most advanced jetliners flying today simply fall out of the sky? And how does one normal person survive an airplane crash in 1800-degree fire and simply walk away with nothing but a couple of minor injuries? Let's figure this out together. I'm Ricky, and this is 2-Bit Da Vinci. So by now you've probably watched the crash footage of Flight 171, but just in case you haven't, let's recap. It was a routine afternoon on June 12th, 2025. Clear skies, a sleek Air India 787 Dreamliner was rolling down the 3,500-meter runway 23 at Ahmedabad International Airport, local time 1338, carrying 242 people, 230 passengers, and 12 crew on board on a flight to London Gatwick. Here we can see Air India Flight 171 taking off, and we can see large clouds of dust that pick up on the ground right before takeoff. This kind of suggests that the airplane reached the end of the runway and actually kind of maybe even went past onto the threshold. This was a full flight, full load of fuel, and was probably at its max takeoff weight. We'll get back to that here in a second. The plane started climbing, and everything looked normal during the first 11 seconds of the flight. It reached 625 feet, and then something goes wrong, and it starts losing altitude. Landing gear is still down, and the plane appears to be making a controlled descent until finally it crashes 29 seconds later into BJ Medical College, less than a mile and a half from the airport, and explodes in a ball of fire. Everything happened so fast, the pilots barely had enough time to give a mayday call before the crash. The ball of fire came from the approximately 33,000 gallons of jet fuel on board on its way to London. Temperatures rose close to 1,832 degrees Fahrenheit or 1,000 degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt metal. And to make matters worse, the plane did crash into a medical college where there's students, teachers, doctors, and patients. 38 people died on the ground and over 50 were injured. With such an incredible maelstrom of chaos, there was very little chance of people surviving, but somehow miraculously one did. One of the 230 passengers survived the crash and the blazing inferno with little more than a few burns and scratches, simply walking away on his own 2 feet. This is the only silver lining in what is otherwise a horrible tragedy. Within minutes, emergency services were on the scene, and it took over 50 fire engines 4 hours to completely extinguish the flames. So that's a look at what happened, and I know you probably have 1,000 questions. So let's just start with some of the details that we know so far. Air traffic controllers at Ahmedabad International Airport confirmed that the pilots made a frantic mayday call just seconds before impact. Some reports say that the Flight 171 reached an altitude of 625 feet above sea level before beginning to descend at a rate of negative 475 feet per second. That's pretty slow, about 5.5 miles an hour. Ahmedabad itself is approximately 174 feet above sea level. That means that the airplane dropped from an altitude of 450 feet. Since from the video we can see that it took 29 seconds to fall, then it was either at a lower altitude or it descended at twice the speed, around 900 feet per minute. Now, the crash was 1.48 miles from the takeoff point, and the total flight time was around 40 seconds, so the average speed was around 133 miles an hour. Now, there's been a lot of conjecture online, and one of the things that you have to keep in mind is it's really hard to know exactly what happened. We will have an investigation. I think NTSB members from the U.S. are actually going to be helping with this, along with the Indian officials. They have recovered the black box, and we'll know more. But let's just kind of talk about some of the things that I've heard online and kind of see if we can break them down.
That can take years, right? That could be as long as like a few years.
The first question was about flaps. So flaps are what change the wing's composition and structure to change its lift profile from takeoff compared to flight. When you're taking off and landing, when you're going slower, you need to have more lift. So the flaps, front, leading edge, and trailing edge flaps, extend downward to change the geometry of the wing to create more lift at lower speeds. But when you're going 550 miles an hour at full speed at 35,000 feet, you don't want that. You want the wings to be in a clean configuration and the flaps fold back in. To say that we could know what was happening with the flaps from the grainy footage that we have is basically impossible. From what I saw, though, there was one clip where you can kind of see a little bit of sunlight, a little bit of daylight between the wings and the flap, which means that the flaps probably were down. And you have to also remember that these modern aircraft, and really all aircraft, have a lot of safety mechanisms to prevent some of these things. Like trying to take off without your flaps deployed, you'll hear a tone in the cockpit. So it's very unlikely that that was the case. My first thought when I saw the footage and I saw the dust come off when the plane took off was that if you see that much dust and debris, you're probably reaching a part of the runway that doesn't normally get a lot of activity, which means like you're overshooting the runway. Again, that is speculation still, but it seems like this was a fully laden aircraft, a near full takeoff weight, probably around 500,000 pounds. And this was a situation where the plane just barely took off. There are different checks along the way that a pilot has, rotation speed, pull-up speed, and so if some of those conditions aren't met, you're supposed to abort the takeoff. But in this case, it looked like they took off, and there were some other problems after that. Now, the landing gear was still down. I've heard some people argue that maybe the co-pilot accidentally deployed the flaps instead of the landing gear, which would have caused some issues. But they are different controls on a 787. The flaps have detents, so they have a little mechanical, like, over-center lock that they fall into, detents, that keep it much more difficult to accidentally move. And it's completely different than the locking landing gear switch, which has more of a wheel look, and it's in a different part of the cabin. So obviously that could have happened, and we'll know from the black box. That kind of stuff is very easy to identify because you can see what the sensor data and the input tells us. So something to note about airplane takeoff speeds is that there's quite a few of them. Now, the plane could have perfectly taken off even if it had just one engine running from the get-go, as long as it reached the minimum control speed with one engine operation at the critical failure point, which is the furthest point in the runway where the pilot can decide to call off the takeoff and put the brakes on without running out of runway. VR is the rotation speed, which is where the aircraft raises its nose. The liftoff speed depends on many factors like takeoff weight and flap configurations. From what I found, the 787 needs to travel 150 to 180 miles per hour at liftoff, and that has to be at least 5% higher than the stall speed. So stall speed must have been around 140 to 143 miles an hour. Assume that they took off at 150 miles an hour. So when you compare that, the average speed, if we take the average speed of the entire duration of the flight of 133 miles an hour, and you need to have 150 to 180 to take off, it's pretty clear that there was a lot of deceleration happening after takeoff. So instead of accelerating after liftoff, the plane was actually slowing down dramatically. And it took only about 10 to 11 seconds to slow down to the stall speed, which is where the speed where the wing no longer has enough air flowing over it to maintain lift and falls out of the sky. By then, there was almost nothing the pilots could do. I think in these kinds of tragedies, the first thought is always to blame the pilot or the plane, or try to cast blame somewhere. And I think the early reports were blaming the pilots, but I think as more data has emerged, it probably wasn't actually pilot error in this example. The mysteries of this crash lie within two black boxes, the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, which investigators found on the rooftop of BJ Medical College. Only 3 eerie messages came from the pilot to air traffic control: didn't achieve thrust, falling, and mayday, mayday, mayday. India's Directorate General of Civil Aviation has ordered a fleet-wide inspection of all Boeing 787 TAC-8s and 787 TAC-9 aircraft, focusing on Gen X engines from General Electric and gear flap systems. It's obvious from the video that the plane had a sudden loss of lift. It almost looked like it had stalled. For those who don't know, stalling is when a wing's angle of attack becomes too high, causing a sudden decrease in lift and an increase in drag, so the plane basically drops. This could happen for 2 reasons: pitching the plane up too high beyond the critical angle of attack, but that's not what happened here, as the plane held a pretty steady course. The second cause would be deploying the flaps while too close to the critical angle of attack, because flaps tend to make the critical angle smaller. In this graph of lift versus the wing's AOA, the angle of attack, you can see the stall is where lift goes down at higher angles, and the critical angle is at that peak here. See how increasing the flaps angle from 0 to 50 degrees creates more lift, but also lowers the angle of attack peak. So as your wings are, let's say, 12 degrees and the critical angle of attack is 14 degrees, you're good because you're below it. But if you deploy flaps and the COA goes down to 10, but you're still at the same 12 degrees as before, now you're potentially going to be entering the envelope of stall. So from everything that we've seen, it doesn't appear that it was pulling up too high or beyond that threshold. So if it wasn't stalling, then why would it be losing lift? You know, in times like this for engineers, we always kind of go to our memories and our history and stuff. For me, I remember when I was doing flight mishap investigation for the Navy, we had this event that actually was caused by wind shear or like a sudden change in wind patterns. And that caused some of the things that we saw. So my first thought was that. So it could have been a sudden change in wind speed. The key is that lift depends on the speed of the wing relative to the air. Going faster as an airplane helps, but going into a stronger headwind also does. Now, this relative difference is really what matters. If you're flying at 100 miles an hour into a 100-mile-an-hour headwind, you essentially have the same level of lift over the wing as if you were flying 200 miles an hour into 0-mile-an-hour headwinds. If the aircraft encountered a sudden increase in tailwind, it would reduce the plane's relative speed, and so it would lose lift. So let's check out what we can find about wind speeds at Ahmedabad Airport on the day of the crash. They were expecting to see strong winds from the southwest. Instead, this is what we found. Right between 1 and 2 p.m., the airport had headwinds pointing northeast, not tailwinds. But then I noticed that right when Flight 171 took off, there was a decrease in the headwind of almost 10 knots. That alone can decrease lift. This change happened over 30 minutes, and that's hardly sudden. But since these wind speeds were changing during takeoff, it is possible that Flight AI 171 could have encountered a pocket of significantly reduced headwind. Another possibility is encountering a sudden updraft. The change can momentarily increase the effective AOA beyond the critical point, causing a stall even if the pilot makes no control input. The aircraft's pitch attitude may not change, but the wind's direction relative to the wing does. This is called wind shear. It's quite common on hot days, and this particular day was really hot with temperatures over 37 degrees Celsius at 1:40 p.m. This also fits with the lone survivor's account, who said that the plane seemed stuck in the sky. So could the pilot have recovered from something like this? It's a bit tricky, to be honest. It's a bit like a 100-foot wave in the ocean if you're a captain of a sea vessel. Wind shear is one of the real unknowns and great dangers in aviation. If you have a sudden pocket of lower pressure air that you fly into, it can completely change the lift character and profile over your wings. Now, if you've ever encountered turbulence before, that is asymmetric differences in the density of the air that you're flying through. So as the wind goes from high and low air pocket densities, it starts to lift and to rattle. If you take it to an extreme and you see a wind shear event that is really, really drastic, it could knock planes out of the sky as lift over the wing suddenly collapses and planes stall. The really dangerous thing about this is a pilot might have 5 to 15 seconds to react here, especially in a plane crash like this one, where they had so little time and they made the Mayday calls and they went through everything else. It's hard to imagine what more they could have possibly done. So the standard wind shear escape procedure involves applying maximum thrust, maximum takeoff or going around thrust, TOGA, maximum pitch attitude, and no configurational change. However, this needs to be done in a few seconds because you're consistently losing altitude, and if you don't have much to begin with, that window of time to recover is really small. We also looked at the air temperature and pressure data from the airport on the day of the crash, and this is what we found. The blue line is air temperature, and the red one is pressure. Right around 2 p.m., temperature is climbing and the pressure is dropping. This is one of the hottest days in the week. Hot air and low pressure means less air density and therefore less lift. Really, really cold air has less energy, so the molecules don't have as much energy to move around, and so they condense closer to each other, and you have higher density air. The hotter the air gets, the more energy each molecule has. They start moving more quickly, and they take up more volume, and there's less molecules per volume of air. As a result, when you're flying through less dense air, you make less lift. So at 35 or 40,000 feet, for example, you have to be moving 500 miles an hour because there's less air up there than there is here at sea level. That means that the aircraft would need more speed to take off. Maybe that's why we saw that. So let's take a look at the rollout one more time. Notice that puff of dust at the end? That's because the aircraft used the entire runway to take off, and the turbine exhaust blew the dust around. So as the aircraft starts pitching upward, the thrust from the engines is closer to the ground, and if you've got thresholds that haven't been actively used very much, there might be dust and debris that then goes flying into the air, and that's what we saw. So if you're like me, you're probably thinking, how long of a runway does a 787 need? Notice here that at maximum takeoff weight, which we'll assume they were at since they were nearly at full capacity and a full load for a 5,000-mile flight to London, you need at least 3,300 meters of runway at sea level pressures, and you need to deploy the flaps to 20 degrees, which is almost at its maximum setting. But that length increases drastically as pressures drop. At 2,000 feet altitude, you would need 4,250 meters of runway. So we're talking about operating the plane at its limit with changing environmental conditions. But all that being said, the plane did take off. So one of the theories then is this wind shear theory, that high temperatures and low pressures caused a pocket of air that brought the plane down. You kind of see that as like the trajectory of the plane. It's taken off, picking up speed, picking up elevation, and then just suddenly, just as quickly, loses it. But it's been a couple of days, and I've kind of heard and thought about some of the other theories as well. And this, while possible or it could have aggravated the situation, there seems to be more at play. We'll get to one of the main things here in a minute. But if you look at the video again, the wings, when the plane takes off, are flexing, which indicates some level of lift. Another thing that people have talked about is that the fact that the landing gear is down and it was never retracted. This could be of interest because normally as you take off after a couple of 100 feet, you'd be pulling the landing gear up to have a nice clean configuration to finish off your takeoff. But that didn't happen, and there have been some reports that there might have been some issues with the gear. Now, in previous crash videos we've done, like Jeju Air comes to mind, for example, there are situations where, like a high stress environment, pilots having to make decisions very quickly with very little information could make mistakes. So that could be that they retracted the flaps instead of the landing gear. That one will be really easy to pinpoint when the investigation concludes, because we'll have data that tells you the input procedures and where the settings and everything was set by the pilot. So we'll know if that was at play or not. But that's the landing gear. The second part is the flaps. The thought was that the pilot retracted the flap instead of the landing gear. That seems to not be the case based on the pictures that we've seen. There's evidence we've recovered parts of the wing and the flaps are still extended. The flaps, when they retract back into plane, it's much more concise and packaged. It'd be much better preserved. And in this situation, we see that the flaps actually were extended. So even if the landing gear, there's something that we'll need to learn more about, the flaps do appear to have been down, and that probably wasn't the cause of this. So then, you put on your engineering hat and you start thinking about like what could have gone wrong. The next thing would be engine failures. But like we've mentioned, these planes are incredibly redundant. They have redundant hydraulic systems. You could take a line and puncture an entire hydraulic line, and the systems are redundant to be able to still give you rudder authority and flight authority to be able to fly an airplane and land it safely. Even if you lost one engine or the other, you should still be able to do a emergency maneuver, report to ATC that you have a Mayday situation, and get immediate clearance for landing at some other airport or the same airport if you can get around and land. But what happened here seems different because of one little piece of information that people have been bringing up online, and I think it's a really good point because there is a very special, very, very backup, last-ditch effort sort of a device called a RAT, which is a ram air turbine, which is automatically deployed by the airplane. This is not a lever you pull as a pilot. This is something the airplane does automatically on a 787. A ram air turbine is a spring-loaded mechanism that's normally housed in the aircraft, kind of behind the landing gear. And if you lose hydraulic systems, for example, or electronics, if you lose electronics, you don't have any of your cockpit controls. And if you don't have hydraulics, you don't have any kind of authority on the airplane and its control surfaces, you're completely just out of luck. You're flying in a sail with no controls. So this ram air turbine is a way to restore some level of hydraulic authority to an airplane that doesn't have engines. So the ram air turbine falls out into the jet stream and is spun up by the incoming air, and that is able to power a pump and provide some level of hydraulic power to the system. And the footage that we've seen, there may be evidence of this. What appears to be something protruding out near the main landing gear wheel on the right does seem to indicate that it could be a ram air turbine. Again, the data will show us in the flight recordings, but that is very possible. And that wouldn't just deploy randomly. Like if the pilot put the flap in the wrong position or the landing gear wasn't up, that ram air turbine doesn't deploy. That is a very last ditch effort sort of redundancy built in, and it's auto deployed by the aircraft. Also, another little piece of evidence or data, if you will, is when the Air India flight comes by, it makes what sounds like a propeller plane sound. Propeller planes have a much different acoustic signature than a jet engine. Jet engines have that kind of whirring, whooshing noise. It's a very circular, uniform sound. Whereas a propeller is spinning very quickly and it's a little bit noisier. This kind of sounds like a Cessna. I used to fly Cessnas back a long time ago. That's what you're hearing as the plane is going by. Now, again, is any of this, augmented? Has it been falsified? We don't know. So I'm not going to say that's exactly what happened. But if the ram air turbine were deployed, that is vindication that it wasn't a pilot error. They might have lost 2 engines. How do you lose 2 engines? So along the line of engineering reasoning, how you lose 2 engines is actually pretty rare. One way would be bird strikes. Now, Ahmedabad Airport has had a history of bird activity close to the runways. So did a bird bring it down? Well, modern airplanes are built to be resilient to some level to bird strike. In fact, small birds, about 85 grams each, these engines can ingest up to 16 of them, and they're certified to and still operate. Medium birds up to 2.5 pounds, they're certified to ingest 1 bird and still operate. But larger birds over 4 pounds, it gets a little bit trickier. Now let's look at the footage one more time. In previous crashes that we've covered it in this channel, we've seen little specks of what likely was a bird, maybe getting ingested or something, but there's no real evidence of any of that here. And again, it would have to be ingesting birds and having a bird strike on both engines to have this level of catastrophe. Another reason why both engines could fail is fuel contamination. Fuel contamination with rainwater or particulate pollutants can cause both engines to fail. Now, fuel is pumped from the wing tanks and from the inner tanks inside the aircraft to the jet engines for combustion. Now, if you had a large amount of water or some other non-fuel that was getting combusted, that could cause problems because water won't ignite and combust the way that jet A would, like jet fuel would. And as a result, it could occupy space or kind of muffle the combustion, stall out engines, and so much more. This is nearly impossible to prove at this point, so it would be pure conjecture, but contamination in a fuel system could be the cause. It could be that they were running fuel and at some point something happened and bad fuel or water mixed in with it was shot in and it stalled out the engine, causing it to lose power. That could potentially do it. Now, normally when you see any kind of exhaust or other pollutants or issues with fuel contamination, you will see kind of billowing smoke because the uniform circular operation of a jet engine is very linear. It's very uniform and circular. But if that's disrupted with fuel contamination or water, for example, then you might see like billowing smoke as the reaction is disrupted. But there doesn't really seem to be any evidence of that either. It's been a tough year, it feels like, in terms of air safety and plane crashes. And I know it's tempting to play armchair investigator as to what happened and who's to blame. But some of these things are really complex, and it's really hard to know exactly what happened. This is a really new airplane and a really safe airplane. We've never had a 787 crash until now. And it was seasoned pilots who had thousands of hours of experience flying these things. And the weather wasn't as bad as we've seen planes take off and land in. So this is going to be an interesting investigation to see exactly what happened because it's clearly super, super tragic. And our thoughts and prayers go out to the families that were affected by this. There are some really heartbreaking stories about some of the people that were involved. And if we know more, if there's a interesting engineering component to what actually happened as we learn more, we can cover it in the future. But hopefully anybody who has any more information, who's watched more YouTube videos than we have or knows more than we do, please sound off below. I'd love for this to be a resource for more information to see what happened. But I think at this point, it seems to me that there was some sort of pretty catastrophic engine event where you had the loss of 1 or maybe even 2 engines, maybe loss of other systems. And that's why that ram air turbine was deployed. But we'll see. And if there's new breakthroughs that come through, we'll cover it for you here as always. All right. Thanks for watching. And we'll keep you guys apprised. Thanks. And we'll see you next week.
The answer is no answers yet. Sorry. Microphone is like just see a smile. Save changes. Use this one. I'm almost done, by the way. So what I just did is I just remove this one and everything that's together. You just put them in a new sort of like bowl. Just put them in just tiny bit. Don't put all of it. The rest can go to the. You don't have to use all of it. Just like you can chuck them if you want. And then yeah, it's another like new bowl. Just put it again. Put it back here. Sorry, let me see if I could see it, if you could see it properly. There we go. So oh is that what you're thinking of? Yeah, fair enough. That's fair. You don't need to change the oil and all that. But yeah, I wonder who's investigating it though. Is it gonna be India? Does India have like a regulatory board for those sort of stuff? Flavor lock in. That's what they call this. Locking in the flavor. You can also add more onions in this part if you want to. But I'm just gonna like keep it simple. Yeah, I don't think India would have. Honestly, I'm not confident with how India's government handles those sort of stuff. Yeah, they're not really like us good with those sort of stuff. So I won't be surprised if they, if nothing happens or something. Okay, I'm almost done, guys. I'm almost done with my adobo. I don't think I need to use that much, but yeah, I think I'm gonna take it out now. Just gonna make sure everything is. So the reason why I did that is so that the flavor would lock in basically with the meat, and because of how hot the pan is, and basically it gives that burnt flavor. Of course, you can add potatoes, by the way, with your adobo if you want. But yeah, I'm almost done. Oop. So yeah, you don't need. If you want to have that, you can have that, but it's just oil. It's just oil. So I wouldn't like. I wouldn't eat. I wouldn't if I were you. I wouldn't. Um. Yeah, it's the chicken. It's just the chicken oil and all that stuff. Are we gonna leave it there for a bit? Oh my god. Yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna eat this first. I'm gonna eat this a tiny bit first. Maybe I'll just. I guess yeah. I guess I'll have to eat a tiny bit here. I'm gonna eat this. So the best part about adobo is like the best part about adobo is you wouldn't know how it tastes. But the best part about this is it lasts long. The longer it stays on the fridge, the more delicious and like the flavor. But it's not really for everyone because not a lot of people like the soy stuff. Um, and It depends on how we're just used to eat and all that. But yeah, I recommend eating it with rice. So this is what it looks. If you haven't seen it, I'm gonna show it again. See, I can be a housewife too. But I will be trying. I will be trying it with the rice. So I'll give you a second. Mm. So I'm gonna taste it now, guys. Sorry, I'm taking a while. I'm being a slow poke so that I could extend the time as long as possible. That way, I don't have to stream tomorrow. I'm kidding. Oh my God, where is my? I'm just gonna put some water so that it doesn't stick. See, doesn't stick. It sticks still, but not as much. So I guess I'll have how to plate. You can just plate it as usual, as you should. Just put over rice. As you can see, the one I made is dry, so it doesn't have any oil. Oh, it doesn't have any sauce in it, but it does have the remains of the adobo. So I'm just gonna put it on the food. Ta-da! Sorry, I had to show myself. I don't know what I'm looking at. But yeah, I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use this one just so that because I'm just so that I don't here, look at it closer. I would. I wish I could. I wish I could, but I'm gonna taste it now. Fortunately, the chicken looks cooked. I was worried for a second that the chicken wasn't gonna be cooked or something. I'm gonna fucking hell. How embarrassing, Kirsch. My sister is gonna fucking kick me in the ass. Like, is that my chicken? Mm. I feel like I think I should add a tiny bit more soy sauce. Maybe it's the soy sauce that I'm using as well, but it's more sweet. I like it. I can taste the vinegar at the end. Apparently, that's the secret for adobo. It's the type of vinegar. A lot of people are saying it's the secret. I'm not sure. I'm not really an expert, but this is a cane. This is a cane vinegar from the Philippines. This is like from the airport to here. You don't find this anywhere. You only find this in the Philippines. So, hallelujah. But this is basically cane vinegar. But yeah, it's so good. I like it. Also, I'm gonna do a favor. Mm. It doesn't taste anything at first, but the more you eat it, the more the longer the flavor sticks to you. So it's not sweet, sweet. You can still taste the other stuff in it, but the sweetness is a little subtle, like less sweet than maybe a chicken orange chicken or something like that, or sweet and spicy pork or something. That's what it tastes like. Also, I really appreciate you guys being here. You know what time it is, right? Yeah, like yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't really like um it's not really strong sweet either, you know. At first it's like but yeah, you gotta keep eating it to like, and that's the best part as well. It has to be good with the rice. And all that stuff. Hmm. I don't have any. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna. Yeah, I was gonna. Okay. I know who to raid now. I'm gonna raid someone just for the fun of it, cause I feel like I should start doing that more often. But yeah, I'm actually gonna try to write this out on something like my adobo recipe. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to make adobo. So basically, all I use is soy, salt, pepper, vinegar, oyster sauce. Yeah, I don't remember the rest. Just check the recipe on the check the recipe on Google or something. But yeah, thank you for being here with me. And I'm gonna raid you over to someone that I know and I appreciate and I love you guys so much. Thank you for being here and take care of yourself, eh? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll try to be here tomorrow. But I'll try to do something else too. Take care, guys. And I'm gonna start it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 11, Bye bye.